What a finish! What a man!
The drum roll finishes, and the target is
And it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout
Andreas Duty Harrison! Van Velzen!
Chance to win right in front of him. And win he does.
Was he about to punch his ticket into Saturday night? That's an 11 darter to seal it. 76 points away from Saturday night. Double top. Kurt Parry completes his Group 8 quest. But Owens' finishing has been exemplary. That good that he can hit tops twice.
Oh, what's that?
What an incredible combination. He's pretty much averaging at least a treble a turn, but hang on a second. To break back, double 14. Hello, good evening. Welcome along to Saturday night here at the MODUS Super Series, where by the end of play this evening, we will know the fifth player to punch their ticket to Champions Week at the end of April. It's been quite the sporting Saturday, hasn't it? But the Super Series is very much the heavyweight affair that we are very much looking forward to. And packing a punch in the studio this evening, it is Laura Turner and the asset Paul Nicholson. Laura, we're now into the fifth week of Super Series 10. Last week, we saw Shane McGurk make his way through to Champions Week. In terms of caliber, in terms of CV, possibly the biggest name that we've got into this Champions Week, a Champions Week which really is an opportunity for everybody this time around.
Yeah, absolutely. It just feels like, in terms of the people that have, won our first 4 weeks, it just feels very open, a really, opportunistic week for when it comes to Champions Week. And again, I think everyone in this field tonight will be aware of that, and they're going to want to book their place as well.
And you look at the players that are in action this evening. Of course, you've got the likes of Reece Robinson that's won weeks here before. But there's other players that perhaps you would have expected to have won weeks previously that haven't done so.
Yeah, and I suppose the interesting thing is that only one person can win tonight. It's always the case. But there are many people here tonight who will probably say to themselves in the mirror before they even get here, I should have had one of these by now. And if that's still the case come tomorrow morning, it's going to get harder and harder the longer it goes without one.
So 6 players in action this evening, and these are the players that are vying for that fifth week place into Champions Week. Kurt Parry is a player that has been knocking on the door of success for a few times here at the Super Series, but can the Welshman finally land a first weekly title tonight? Wawrzewski's been here since the Southampton days, but again, yet to taste success. He's buoyed by a fair few supporters this evening. He's looking to pick up the crown. Same scenario applies for Carl Wilson. He's got about 35 with him this evening. He is excellent, he is solid, he is consistent, and he is a real contender to win. Jamie Owens is the part-time footballer who's turned into a darting sensation. From Stockton on Tees, he is looking to lift the big trophy tonight. As for Ted Evetts, the chef is looking to cook up a storm. Is he going to be the Superman tonight on this Super Series Saturday? Well, he's the forever showman, isn't he, Reece Robinson? He's treated us to some showbiz moments this week. A hat-trick of tops? Seriously? Yes. Yes, he did. Probably the highlight moment of the week, wasn't it? The 120 there from Reece Robinson. He is a showman and he's looking to put on a show this evening. So we managed to get our way through to 6. It all kicked off on Monday morning when Group A got underway, and it was won in the end by Parry in dramatic circumstances, Paul. It's a group which really we struggled in commentary to make heads and tails of. Ted Evetts had 2 perfect days, but it was the issues he had on Tuesday, which is the reason why he didn't go on and win it.
Yeah, it was really weird, wasn't it? Because Parry was the best player on Monday. He walked away with 6 points. Ted wasn't the best player, got 10. And then Ted played better on Tuesday and got only 1 win. It was really odd. But in a strange way, it was enthralling and competitive. And what we wanted to see from Ted was an answer on Wednesday. He'd have another perfect day, but it turns out that the leg difference that Parry had amassed by the end of the group was enough to send him through.
In terms of Kurt, he's a player we've seen here a few times. He's made it through to a number of finals nights. Is he a player now that perhaps we've got an expectation that he takes the next step?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think Paul summed up really well earlier. I think everyone here, barring Reece Robinson, obviously, who's picked up a couple of titles, everyone here has found themselves in this kind of position before. They're all going to be wanting to pick up a title. The other 5 that haven't done it. And I think Kurt's definitely one of them. Winning Group A is no mean feat, and doing it in the dramatic style he did as well. So, yeah, absolutely. I think the next step is lifting the trophy at the end.
Then we moved into Group C in the afternoon sessions on Thursday and Friday. It was Carl Wilson that won it. 18 points to his name, dropping just 1 match en route to his success there. And he's a player that can win games in a different manner of ways. We saw 103 average from him at the end of Thursday, but he can also dig in. You know, when things don't quite go to plan, he can still find results even if he isn't at his fluent best.
Yeah, that was absolutely the case in the first games he played on Thursday and Friday. He showed that he can grind. And then when you give him space to sharpen up, he can get the levels that other people can't. And I think his level of play has improved since the last time he made a Saturday. That's only a few months ago. But his life has changed now. He's a winner on the ADC Championship Tour. It's a fantastic thing, and his confidence has never been higher. I actually think he might be the man to beat tonight.
As for David Wawrzewski, I feel like he's a player that everybody has a soft spot for. He's such a nice guy. He plays at such a consistent level. And I think it'd be an emotional night. He's got a lot of people here this evening if he was to go on and win this.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. I think, he's one of those players that when he steps up on the stage, he's always got the light, bright, colourful shirts on. And he's that kind of character. He's one that, people are just very much drawn to. I've played with him on tour a few times, and it's definitely the same on tour. But as you say, in terms of tonight, again, another one that's been here before, hasn't quite pressed on, and will have that level of expectation because we know how well he can play, but he just needs to deliver it all on the date.
In terms of Group B, Jamie Owens got off to the perfect start on Thursday evening. He won each of his first 4 games. He stalled towards the line on Friday, but he did enough in the end. Reece Robinson went through on 10, Ted Evetts through on 8 points. In terms of Jamie Owens, Paul, his finishing on Thursday was absolutely exemplary, 72% for the session. It's beyond world class. It was that good.
Yes, absolutely. I think if you're going to reference world class with finishing, you're talking 50% in that ballpark. But the 2 days that I've seen from players who have ridiculous finishing, I remember Christian Kist from a few seasons ago. He was up against Colin Osborne on a Saturday night, but the day before that, he'd gone 67% for the night, and I thought, no one's ever going to beat that. Well, Jamie Owens actually has done that. And this has been a week of record-setting numbers in darts, not just in this building. So when Jamie's doing something like that, we're seeing new information punctuated and maybe a little bit more to tell us what he can do in the future.
I'm going to ask you the impossible question here, Laura. What goes through Reece Robinson's mind at times?
I don't even think Reece knows sometimes, honestly. It goes from one extreme to the other. But what we do know, what we get from him, we get some big checkouts, we get some fancy checkouts and some unusual routes as well. But he's nothing but entertaining. I mean, you see the 3 top series. We know him at MODUS Super Series for doing this kind of thing. But yeah, he's always a joy to watch. He's a entertaining player.
And that's why they call him Mr. Must-See, right?
Absolutely.
Well, Reece Robinson also made it through. Ted Evetts did as well. I'm struggling to make heads and tails of his week. We're going to hear from Ted a little bit later on as well. But at times he's been really good. He's completed the card in a couple of days. And then there's other points where you think, oh, he may not even make it through here.
Yeah, his rhythm's been quite erratic this week. I think he's searching for something to click. But when he's played well, he's looked really assured. But then he could go into his next game thinking, I need to try and still find something. maybe what he's doing is he's playing at the minute and he's not quite sure what's going right and wrong. And if that is the fact, we're seeing it in his numbers and the fluctuations in the games. So tonight, I think with that kind of information, the best thing to do is to take the pressure off. Don't think that tonight's going to be your night, but let everybody else falter. And if it's there, go for the throat.
So that is how we got to Saturday. This is how tonight looks here at the Live Lounge in Port. So 2 groups of 3. The top 2 from each of the groups will progress through to the semi-finals, where it is a straight knockout from there. Group 1 sees Kurt Parry, David Wawrzewski and Rhys Robertson go head-to-head. Group 2, Carl Wilson, Ted Evetts and Jamie Owens. We'll go with Group 1 first, Laura. Now, Rhys Robertson is the most experienced campaigner. He won 2 weekly titles here in the past. He's the one that knows what it's like to get over the line, whilst for Kurt and David, they're 2 players that have knocked on the door in the past.
Yeah, it's an interesting dynamic, isn't it? Because, as you say, we've seen Rhys here. He's had some successes before, but he's also got to this point and obviously had some failures as well. So it's an interesting dynamic. But I just think for Kirk and David, as we were saying earlier, it's just for me, the next step is just lifting that trophy, getting through to the final, winning, and just booking that place on Champions Week.
In terms of the other group, we can have a look at it again now in terms of Group 2 and how that's going to pan out. Because for Carl Wilson, Ted Evetts and Jamie Owens, they've all made a semi-final here before. In Ted's case, there's probably an expectation that he should have won one of these by now. And for Carl and Jamie, within their own minds, they feel that they are good enough to win one of these.
I think that's important to say that because in their own minds, they will feel like they're ready to win and Ted is expected to win. I wouldn't put any pressure on myself if I was in that group. I'd be too busy worrying about the first game I've got to play. Because for me, of the 2 groups, that is the most even one of the 2. I think Wawrzewski may be the underdog in Group 1, but as for the next one, it really does depend on the start that you get. If you can win your first game, that might be just enough to give you the breathing space you need.
Now, yesterday evening, I asked you, who did you think the favourite was to win tonight? You didn't have a clue. So, Laura, I'm going to ask you that question now, but I'm going to give you a little bit of a helping hand because this is what the bookmakers think about this evening's proceedings. Kurt Parry goes off the 3-1 favourite, but realistically, all 6 will feel like they've got a real chance tonight.
Yeah, I agree. And I think actually there's probably some value in someone like Ted Evetts. You know, you can't overlook the experience. He's come off the Pro Tour. Yes, we know that he's been up and down. But if everything actually does click for Ted tonight, then, 5th favourite at 11-2, I think there could be some value there. But I can understand why the likes of Kurt and Carl are at the top just because of the consistent performances we've seen from both.
I think what you're looking for tonight is a ceiling of performance that is likely. And you're looking for someone who maybe has more consistency than the rest. And that's Carl. Because he's the one with the 90% win ratio this week. And his ceiling at times has been excellent. 103.66 is best of the week. Not many ton plus averages this week, and his range was pretty tight.
Are we all in agreement that we just haven't got a clue what's going to happen?
I feel like I say it most weeks. So, it's not that we're sitting on fences, but it just feels like another evening that's quite tight to call.
I'm sticking my neck out. I think Carl wins tonight. I'd like the romantic story of Wazzy, if I'm being brutally honest. I've got decent friends on the stage tonight. I love them all. But the thing is, if Wazzy was to win tonight, that would be something quite extra special.
Well, the good news is we can get off our perches, get off our fences, and we can watch the action. Laura, Paul, thank you very much for now. Let's get into the action, shall we? And we're going to kick off with a meeting between Kurt Parry and David Wawrzewski. For David, well, he's brought all of his London pals down to Portsmouth town on this Saturday evening. Whilst for Kurt, well, he's looking for success for the first time here in Portsmouth. Earlier on this evening, I caught up with both players. David, here we go. Back at the finals night here at the Super Series. How would you assess the week overall?
Monday, struggled. Tuesday, relaxed a bit. Wednesday, loved it. Thursday, 5 from 5, enjoyed it. Friday, I really enjoyed Friday. I think I look back at the games and it come across that I just really enjoyed the excitement. I know it sounds really strange, but the excitement of it was touch and go. Every game meant something. It was good to, in the back room, it was good to watch.
Was there a fear at some point where you were actually fearing the worst?
100%. When Darren played Dan Nichols last, I struggled. I was in the room, but I was cheering Dan because it's good for people to watch. But I was cheering Dan on.
Going into tonight's action, then this has become a familiar territory for you, making it through to Saturdays. Is it about making a bit more of an imprint now on a Saturday?
Yeah, it's okay qualifying for finals night. It's putting your stamp now on finals night. So that's what I intend to do tonight.
Big crowd, and there's a fair few here for you, isn't there?
Yeah, between myself and Carl, we've probably filled half the venue, I would say, tonight. So, yeah.
Does it add a bit of pressure?
Not really. It's good to have a bit of support. I've been down here when I've had 3 or 4 people here, and it's nice. But it's nice. It's a bit of recognition on myself. And again, I mentioned Cole, but it's good for Cole, and both crowds know both of us. So hopefully we'll bounce off one another.
Go well. Wish you all the best, David. Good
Thank
luck.
you very much.
Well, Kurt, it's a very strange group, hey? Have you been able to have the chance to assess what happened in it?
No, not really. I think it's just one of those things. Sometimes it goes, sometimes it doesn't. I was fortunate enough that it didn't go well and I still come out. So, yeah, just take in the positives.
Was it a case of perhaps you were a little bit more consistent than other players and you were able to get more opportunities and pick up more wins as a consequence of that?
Maybe. I feel like my game isn't that consistent, but obviously I'm very critical of myself as well, so maybe I am a bit more consistent than I give myself credit.
Into tonight then, Saturday's become a regular occurrence. Actually, you look at some of the players here, a lot have made Saturdays without perhaps winning a weekly title. Is that perhaps the one thing in terms of you here at the Super Series, which is a little bit missing?
Yeah, it's not that I think I should be winning, but I feel like I got a good chance if it all clicks. It haven't seemed to. I like to get involved in 9-dart shootouts and other little things, but yeah, hopefully tonight we don't see a 9-dart shootout and hopefully I can do something.
Big crowds here this evening. How much are you looking forward to flourishing in front of them?
Yeah, it should be good. I got a couple of people have come up as well to show their support, which is nice, so just hopefully I can do it and give a little bit back for them coming to show me support.
It'd be a good start to the year, wouldn't it?
Oh, yeah, it'd be lovely, yeah, of course.
We wish you all the best. Kurt, good luck.
Thank you very much.
Parry for distance at the top.
It's double 12. And Kurt Parry.
Bullseye. We are seeing some bullseyes tonight. He's going to be hard to stop. And the way that Kurt Parry is starting to score here.
If he can find double 18. If,
what
what if?
leg.
Well, he's a man that's been knocking on the door here at the Super Series ever since he's been here from the very first event here at the Live Lounge Report. He takes on Wawrzewski, whose appearances here superseded this venue. He was back in Southampton where he made his debut, and he has got a lot of friends in the audience tonight. It is a sellout here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth on this Saturday evening. It's a Saturday full of opportunities for all 6 players in action, but who is going to prevail tonight? Let's find out in the company of our commentary team. It's Laura Turner. And first, good evening to Paul Nicholson.
A very good evening, Henry, and a very good evening, everybody who's tuning in live on Pluto TV, because Week 5 is about to get its winner over the next 3.5 hours or so. So get comfortable, and let's see some cracking darts at the end of the week, because this week has not disappointed when it comes to drama. There's the man in charge on the stage.
First leg, it's Kurt to throw first. Game on.
And Laura joins us for Saturday night. Laura, it's great to have you here. And this is a really interesting dynamic, as you were just saying with myself and Henry. But the most interesting thing at the start of tonight is that Kurt Parry this week has been using typical equipment. 2 days ago, he walked a little bit further down the street in Portsmouth and went to a dart shop, purchased a set of darts, and he's using them tonight. What do you make of that?
Feels like a risky strategy to me, I'll be honest. I mean, he was, as you say, it was rather dramatic ending to the proceedings in Group A, but he played very well, positioned himself perfectly in the end and qualified with the other set. But I guess it's what you want to try. You want to feel comfortable. I just don't know if finals night's the best time to start experimenting.
Well, if this pays off and this gives him the title tonight, then fair play to him. That's all we can say.
It's an absolute genius move. I'll be changing my mind by the end if that's the way it goes.
Well, he's not wearing the sparkly shoes tonight, because on Monday morning when he graced the arena for the first time in Week 5, he said, I can't win in them. They just don't seem to work. So he's sticking with the trusty ones he's had on all week. And this is a really good start from Kurt.
135.
I like this play a lot.
95.
He wasn't thinking about hitting the treble with the first start and then getting another treble and leaving the double and hitting it. It was all about hitting the 95 to leave tops.
45.
Great management at the start of the night.
Yeah, as you say, really sensible playing at key opportunity here, just to open up the first leg with
on the first
the holder throw, and that's what he does.
Parry.
Well, this place has been a sellout for 2 days.
Second leg is David to throw first.
A lot of the tickets were
on.
taken before the week even started. But there was a rush on the last few remaining tickets when the likes of Wawrzewski and Carl Wilson were
85.
getting here. They have a lot of the crowd. Look at those Bobby Dazzlers. Fancy a pair of those, Laura?
I don't think I could quite pull them off, I'll be
100.
honest.
I don't think you could.
It is funny though. I think there's a thing with dart players. I'm sure it's the same in any sport, but
100.
Superstitions and the way your mind works. You have to feel comfortable when you're up there. So if you think that you're going to be wearing something that's just going to
95.
foretell your fate, dart players do tend to avoid it.
And dart players don't mind a change or two. Nobody's worn more
100.
dart shirts this week than David Wawrzewski. On Thursday, was it? Maybe Wednesday?
139.
He wore 5 different shirts in 5 games. Just promoting the different ones that he's got.
60.
And I really like that.
167.
Yeah, great first dart. Can't find the second, but
99. David,
put a lot of pressure on Dave
156.
Wawrzewski's throat.
Yeah, it's taken about 3 minutes for him to be under pressure.
140.
The Group A winner has started well, but
168.
Wawrzewski, who's got fans here, had a great visit there.
28.
And he gets his chance to equalise.
David, you require 16.
He's been really good at the doubling this week.
Gage
Finds it
on
with the third
second
dart. Very
leg.
well done.
David Wawrzewski.
These guys did meet in Group A in the first 3 days of the week.
Third leg, it's Kurt. to
Kurt
throw first.
Took the
Game
first
on.
2 games by 4 legs to 0 and 4 legs to 2. But by the time we got to Wednesday,
134.
Wawrzewski won 4-3. And at the time, that was a really key win because that stopped Kurt from winning the group.
100.
But it would only be a temporary reprieve for the chasing pack.
140.
You don't get many players coming to Portsmouth, Laura, who have been in 2 9-dart shootouts on a Saturday night, but Kurt has.
No, I was saying off air, weren't we? That I've actually never been in the commentary box when one of them's taken place, but might be a bit of a shoe-in if Kurt's up there.
100.
Pun intended?
I'm going to say yes, but actually no.
A little bit of serendipity there, maybe.
100. Kurt, you require 127.
It was Paul Hink's birthday this week.
87.
We're not going to get a 127 on this occasion. It's actually Les Wallace's birthday today. So many happy returns to McDanger.
100. Kurt, you require 40.
Tops once again.
Game
And this
shot
time
the
it is
third leg.
2-1.
Kurt Parry.
Using the darts very effectively here, commanding his own throw.
Fourth leg, it's David to throw first.
Yeah, absolutely.
Game
You wouldn't
on.
have known he'd only picked him up a couple of days ago, as you mentioned.
100.
I sometimes think when players start changing their equipment, the one thing that can be just that is if things don't go right from the off, you've got that niggling doubt, because no doubt that old set's probably sitting in the
100.
back room, and then you're like, well, do I stick? Do I change? But yeah, no issues from Parry so far.
140.
Yeah, what you really want to do is, if you make this change, go all in. Leave the other set in the hotel.
100.
This is a great first game. Really good levels. And Wawrzewski, it is
100.
under no doubt whatsoever that the blood will be pumping tonight. The adrenaline will be there. He desperately
55. David,
wants
Eric,
success on a Saturday
161.
night. It's been a really tough few days for Dave.
40.
If he wins tonight, he'll be the biggest story.
$96. David, it require 121.
It's going to be one of those nights you can just feel it. There's such a tension in here. Something big is going to happen. 19s are good. 4 would be lovely.
43.
Yeah,
It
so that's a
require
settle for the 2.
150.
Would have wanted more from that, but Parry with a 150 opportunity. Can't find the first.
44. David, it requires 78.
Should have looked at the bull with the last start. It's going to be double 10. Just be thankful it didn't go any further to the north.
58.
It is a chance.
It require 106.
But it's a 3-dot chance, not a 2-dot chance.
$58. David,
Money
you
can't
require
take, so to
20.
level us up at 2 apiece. Double 10 the target here for Wazzy. Double
Games
10
on the
found, no
floor
problem.
there. David Wawrzewski.
Well, if we do hear a fire
Flag,
alarm
it's
tonight,
Kurt to throw first.
and the fire marshals and the
Game
fire
on.
brigade turn up, we'll just say, don't worry, it's just Dave Wawrzewski. He's on fire.
46.
I will say what we've seen so far. I know we're only a few legs into the match, but
22.
Wawrzewski hasn't had too many answers when it's been Parry's throw and starts us off there with 22. He's going to have to find a way to break if he's got any chance of winning the match.
100.
And the tighter this game is, the better this group will be. Because Reece Robinson's in this
60.
group as well. And trying to predict what he's going to do, it's like trying to predict the British weather.
60.
He can't believe that's only 60 points. I have to agree with him.
100.
Contrasting win percentages for the week. Kurt Parry, 73% in Group A, very good. Wawrzewski, who's played
30.
10 more games, admittedly, is down 52%. That is the lowest win percentage of the week. But if you can completely draw a line under the week and just take this for what it is, a separate tournament for the night,
60.
that's the best thing you can do.
Yeah, absolutely. And I quite often say Group C is notoriously quite difficult to qualify through. You've got 6 players, but only 2 get through. And the fact that he's come through via Group C, there's some confidence that he can take from that. He said himself he really enjoyed playing on the Friday.
$79.
Not quite enough to get to a finish, so Parry still minutely has the advantage.
130.
Great recovery. Bad first start, but the next 2 were brilliant.
100.
Yeah, good last start there from Wazzy.
Got to go for the 20s. It's double 5.
68.
Big chance here. This is that break
David, it
chance that he
require
really needs.
80.
Tops.
60.
That
Kurt,
could
you
be the
require
only chance he
5.
gets to break. But this 5 checkout, they're never easy. Even for someone as speedy as Kurt, even he takes a timeout. Wawrzewski thinks this is going in. Dart players just
Game on
know
the fifth leg.
sometimes.
Kurt Parry.
Yeah, and I think that was also a nod to the fact that he knew he had a real chance, a real
Flag,
opportunity
it's
there.
David
Was
to throw
just a
first.
couple
Game
of mil
on.
away from the top target, but that's all it takes.
Well, we had a checkout on Thursday in Group C.
60.
Carl Wilson was on 110. He was playing Dan Nichols. And as soon as Carl hit the 60, Dan just turned away. He said, right, you're hitting that.
100.
Let's start the next leg. He'd hit the 18 and the double 16, and he was absolutely right.
Again, I will say there's a lot of dart players that do it. There's
100.
players that are kind of, you kind of get this, not negativity, but you kind of think, right, it's just not my day, and it's the way you feel about it.
140.
Sometimes you feel like that, and they're miles off. That's what you're hoping.
41.
Kurt is trying to break a trend in this series. Of the first 4 weekly champions, none of them
100.
have played in Group A. Alex Small, Jensen Walker,
140.
and Sam
Great record,
Spivey
161.
all came from Group C. This is a match-winning opportunity.
93. David, it require
And
160.
this window of opportunity for Wawrzewski to stay in the match is getting tighter and tighter.
Yeah, and you can just see from the reaction, poor first start there from Wazzy. Really needs a treble.
45. Kurt, you require 68.
To win the first game of the night. It's 68 again. One match start.
Game
Right in the middle. A fantastic start for the Welshman. Maybe tonight we'll see somebody win from Group A. Half of the job is done in Group 1. And he puts the pressure on Wawrzewski when he takes on Rhys Robinson in a couple of games' time. Kurt will now take a sizable break. After beating Wawrzewski 3 times out of 4 this week, he gets the advantage in Group 1 with that performance. The doubles he'll be very happy with at 50%. But now we turn our attention to Group 2, which involves the likes of Jamie Owens and Ted Evetts, who are going to go head-to-head after this.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
jockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
required
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that
Charlie
situation there, George
require
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
required
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got out the match! And the Red Dragon
George
MODUS
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Kurt Parry won our first game of the night against David Wawrzewski by 4 legs to 2. That puts him in a real good position now to progress his way through to the semi-finals later on this evening. Game 2 sees a battle between two Group B combatants as Jamie Owens takes on Ted Evetts. Jamie went through the card on Thursday night, winning all 4 matches. Ted Evetts has actually done that twice this week, but he snuck through the back door in terms of qualifying through to tonight's finale. Earlier on this evening, I caught up with both players ahead of tonight's action. Ted, in terms of this week, have you actually struggled at times to make heads or tails of how things have gone?
Oh, my game's been all over the shop this week. There's been some good, but when it's been good, it's been a loss. When it's been bad, it's been pretty bad. And somehow getting over the line in them games, it's certainly been a weird and frustrating week, to say the least, but all roads lead to the Saturday, and we're here, thankfully.
What positives can you take out the last 5 days?
When it's been good, like 10 data and following it with the 12 data against Reese earlier in the on Thursday night, I think it was, and stuff like that. It's like when it's clicking, it's proper naughty stuff. But I think that's probably the reason why I'm not where I want to be right now, is the keyword consistency. So yeah, just trying to find that little extra gear probably.
The important thing is you are through, you're into Saturday. This is a place where you've been a few times before, but is it now taking that next step beyond that semi-final stage?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, the first time I had the finals night here, I lost to Labanauskas in the semi-finals. 4-3 game, he had the darts, and that ended up to be the difference. I was just shy of 100 average, and it was close. It was a good game. I had a double trouble week here. I've had, I think, one other week here in a... I can't remember how I did in that. I think I lost in the group or something.
Yes, yeah.
And yeah, it's frustrating. I used to be used to winning things, and when you're not playing nearly as much, you lose that winning feeling, getting over the line and stuff like that. So yeah, try and get that first one back under my belt again, and hopefully roll from there.
How important would be just getting that one, just to give you that bit of confidence again?
Yeah, it just puts that in your head again. Like you're going into you following tournaments thinking, do you know what, I've got over a tough week at here, and it's not really been my best stuff at all, not even close to my best stuff. And it's if you can win when you're doing that, you're a good player. And I think that's just what I need to start believing again.
Well, go well. Wish you all the best. Thanks
very much. Cheers.
Jamie, is it fair to say a little bit of a mixed bag as far as your Group B campaign was concerned?
Yeah, obviously first day I felt I was untouchable, even after the long drive. Yesterday things caught up with me a bit. I turned up and it just didn't feel right, and then I started panicking a bit, and doubles weren't going in, and I was like, oh no, here we go again. And luckily I managed to get the wins second game. Then that settled the pressure a bit, and then obviously the later the night got, it was just one of them, just to make the Saturday, and that's all that mattered.
In some ways, because the first night was so good, particularly the doubling, is there a case of sometimes you have to find an equal kill, particularly with the doubling, because it's never going to be 70% again?
No one's going to hit that. No, it's one of them. Like I said before, my scoring's my key. If my doubling's around the 40%, I'm over the moon, because you've got a good chance of winning your game. So tonight, I just hope I score well, because I know the doubles, if I outscore the opponent, it might take 2 or 3 to go in, but I'll get more chances. That's all I need.
Into tonight then, you've made it through to Saturday every time you're here, and you're making incremental steps. It was a semi-final the last time you were here. Is it about now taking the next step further?
Well, if you look at statistics, that's the way it's going. Hopefully tonight, I'd love to win it. I mean, you look at the field, it's the Group B campaign. I didn't expect to be so highly favourable, but it's one of them. I'm playing really good. I'm enjoying it, and yeah, tonight I think I do feel good. I'm hoping something special happens tonight.
We wish you all the best, Jamie.
Thank you very much.
It's on a first leg, Jamie Owens.
So this is the type of finish which is very much in Jamie Owens' range. Very much in his range. Double 10. This is crazy. Jamie Owens' finishing has been absolutely exceptional at times.
In the most breathtaking fashion. Another. Leaves him on the ball. The drum roll finishes. And the target is hit.
Looking to hit the back of the net, the part-time footballer Jamie Owens in action here at the Super Series. He takes on a very keen golfer in Ted Evetts. But no, this isn't the Olympic Games. It is the MODUS Super Series. It's game 2 of our evening session. And we've got two people with many, many, many talents in the commentary box. Laura Turner and Paul Nicholson.
I haven't got a clue what you're talking about, Henry. Because the only thing we do these days is talk about darts, and we love it. Because now we have another rematch, just like the first game of the night. 3 games that Kurt and David had played. Now it's 4, and Kurt has won 3. These guys have played each other the last couple of nights in Group B, and Jamie Owens has taken both of them. But now that they're here, it's all about winning on a Saturday night to have a chance of making the semi-finals. Evetts did admit that it's been an up and down week. I think that's the important thing, isn't it? You've got to admit to yourself what kind of week you had. But even up and down, or consistent or brilliant, mission accomplished making Saturday, and now make it count.
Yeah, it goes back to kind of what you were saying earlier. It's that drawing a line under everything that's happened. The goal of Monday to Friday. Yes, you want to play well. You want fireworks when you're up on the oche. However, the key is just to make it here. Ted was, as you say, honest about his appraisal about how his week had gone. But I like the fact that he pulled out the negatives, because dart players can linger on the negatives, but then backed it up with some of the positive things that have happened as well throughout the week. So if he can focus on that side of it, yeah, he could be, for me, like I said before, 11-2 coming into it, 5th favourite. I just think, his experience could carry him over.
He was also saying something about not having that winning feeling
60
recently. He has won plenty. 14 development tour titles. World Youth Champion.
57.
And someone who has graced the later stages of things like European Tour events, Players Championship events. But over the last couple of years, he's been almost sitting at the drawing board the whole time, looking for the next step.
Well, I think when you have had your tour card and you've played at those kind of levels, and obviously with the likes of Ted, he has tried to go back, win his tour card again. It's disappointing when you don't. So as you say, you kind of find yourself maybe in a bit of darting limbo, because you've come from such a high level in terms of what it's like on the Pro Tour and all the big stages that you play in, and then it's kind of reevaluating and working out where you actually are, as you were saying.
45.
He's getting very used to being in Portsmouth, that's for sure. He's been all over the town this week. Playing at the Live Lounge, playing golf with Rhys Colley. And a mere 26 darts into this game, Ted
82.
looks like the cooler of the two customers.
160.
Already, Jamie Owens looks a little bit miffed.
You can't really afford to get
60.
flustered, or
Jamie require 170.
sometimes you have to allow yourself that leg or two. I know this is a short format, but just allow yourself that time. Oh, and these tops here for the opening leg.
70.
Well, that double top bed has been at his
100.
mercy this week. Tops and sixes have been his best 2 doubles. Tops twice. He decided to go for the 60.
60. Jamie
Either way,
40.
not a problem. 2 10s. Lots of negativity in this first leg. Maybe feeling the nerves a bit.
35.
Yeah, audible cry of Jamie there from Owens.
40.
Yeah, it's almost like he's kind of hoping and expecting that check out to to find a spot, and gifted the opportunity really for Ted Evetts.
I don't know how you feel about this, Laura, but when someone is that vocal early in the match,
Game on.
I always used to giggle inside, because I think to myself, if you're that frustrated this early, you feel weak to me.
93.
It's the quiet ones that you can't figure out.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I totally agree. I think when you can see that level of frustration coming through,
123.
as I say, especially just in the opening leg, there's something else, you just think they're distracted. The focus isn't all on the game in hand.
The thing is, if you've played Ted the last couple of nights like Jamie has,
42.
you know his tendencies, you know his volumes, you know what you're going to get. But it works the other way as well. If you've lost to someone
41.
a couple of times like Ted has, he has information as to how to put the wrongs right. So this is a very interesting situation these players
46.
find themselves in, especially when they come here often. You come here for your first Saturday night, it might feel really weird because it's so short format compared to the week.
43.
But if you hear a lot, like Ted has been for the last year and a bit, he will feel quite comfortable with this situation, even though he hasn't won here yet.
No, but as he said, when he lost in the semi-final.
125.
I think the crowd are getting restless. They haven't had a maximum yet.
Yeah. He almost provided, but no, I think, when Ted was here, made the finals night, lost in the
38.
semi-final, as he was mentioning, to Labanauskas, tight game. So he knows that, he knows how to perform here on a Saturday.
There's no shame in losing to Darius. He would go on to win Series 9.
100.
This is composed from Evetts. It's not high in the sky darts. It's not a massive average.
100. Ted Brook 195.
But it's better than his opponent right now. Lovely dart. Takes double 16 as the choice. And takes a 2-0 lead.
Second leg. Ted Evetts.
And Ted is one of the most lovely people in the sport.
Jamie to throw first. Game on.
That was accentuated by the fact of how he reacted 6 years ago when he lost to
58.
Fallon Sherrick at the Worlds. But I think deep down he doesn't want that game to be his legacy. He's done so much in the game.
No, and you can understand why. You want to be
59.
recognised for your standout performances, and I just think this is just another chapter for Ted Evetts, and I think it's, like you say, it's just that kind of
40.
working out where you go next in the sport.
And when you've been a development to a great like he has been, it may take a few seasons to figure out where your adult darts will be for a period of time. You have to find yourself. Some people, like Luke
96.
Humphreys, Dimitri Vandenberg, and Michael Van Gerwen, they somewhat seamlessly go from one to another and they got success. For others, it takes time.
59.
But even when you mention someone like Dimitri Vandenberg in that context, I think everyone thought he was still going to do a lot more, a lot quicker. He had to wait all the way till 2020 to pick up that first kind of major title up on the stage.
Yeah, the development tour sees
100.
players, well, not that young, but young, doing rather remarkable things. Is this where Jamie kicks in?
140.
Not just yet. There has actually been some big news from the development tour today, because Charlie Manby has now become the first person in the Dart Connect era to average 130 or more in a game. That happened today.
Yeah, you mentioned it when I arrived here, and that's just unbelievable stats.
And he missed a dart at a double in the match. That's even more frightening. This is getting a bit scary for Jamie. He could be 3-0 down, courtesy of 2 breaks of throw.
A bit of a reprieve here for Jamie Owens. Long range shot, 126.
But 126.
One of those shots that you get a couple of pokes to try and get the treble. Unless you do that, very frustrating start, I think, all round for Jamie Owens.
He could be backed into a corner here if Ted
106.
finds this 74.
Ted, you require 74.
But Jamie can fight out of some very tight spots. You've already seen his 170 checkout when he played Victor Tingstrom late last year. Double 16. He's had some trouble on this over the last couple of days. This angle has been a pest.
42.
Yeah, mightily unlucky, and a great reaction there from Ted, because that really was that close.
Jamie, you require 20.
That reaction was worthy of Morecambe and Wise. Double 5. Finally, he finds a double at
Jamie
the 6th attempt. Move over Gezi Price.
Full flag, it's
This guy's
Ted to
got some
throw
passion.
He's definitely showing some traits, isn't he?
Yeah, that angle on double 16 for Ted. He's missed a lot of darts just outside, but when his darts kink a little bit to the right,
60.
it makes it very difficult for him to use it as a marker.
Yeah, Owens having to switch there. That was an awkward lie from the first start.
96.
This is nervous watching for the crowd. There's a lot of people out there. In their own minds, they know who they want to win. Nobody in here is sitting on the fence tonight. They're sitting quietly waiting to raise those signs because they want a maximum. When will it come? Well, good things come to those who wait.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, we were talking about this group and obviously how close in terms of stats and what they've posted. As Ted Evetts may provide that first maximum. Sky's the last one, but just a real tentative start from both players here.
Yeah, the first start for Jamie's not cooperating. It's too low.
42.
If Chris Mason was here, he'd probably say something along the lines of the underside of the arm's a little tight. A sign of a little bit of finals tension.
122.
You don't have much time to figure it out. That's the thing about a Saturday night. If you lose your first game by a bit of a margin, it means that Jamie Owens will have to take out a certain Carl Wilson.
95.
And he's got the best win percentage of anybody this week.
122.
But you have to argue, really, that Jamie Owens is probably a case in point of what we say when, you know, it is a different day. Obviously, you try and keep that momentum, for want of a better word, when it comes to the, you know, how you've been playing and how you've been winning. But different day can bring out a different player.
58. Ted, you require 32.
His aiming point here should be the inside wire.
Game show on the full flag.
Wherever
Ted
he
Evetts.
was aiming, it's worked a treat. 3-1 up, and this is the best position he's had against Jamie
Flag,
this
it's
week.
Jamie to throw first. Game on.
The important thing to note as well, if you're new to Super Series action, it's 2 games per player in each group.
96.
The top 2 progress into the semi-finals. And just because you win your first game doesn't mean you're safe. Even if you win 4-0, you could still find yourself in a 9-dart shootout. Because if all 3 players are on the same amount of points, because it's 2 points for a win. If you're on the same leg difference and the same leg's won, you go to a 9-dart shootout.
140.
Is that Jamie just upping the pace a little bit there?
Yeah, I think so. I don't know, that he just doesn't seem particularly settled. He's kind of pacing around at the back of the stage. Just looks really pumped for the occasion, but sometimes when you've got that much adrenaline, you have to work out how to kind of rein it in as well.
A couple of weeks ago, we were talking about the turnaround from Group B to the Saturday night. Now, last night we got finished
58.
at 1:15 in the morning. What do you make of the turnaround time from the end of Group B to the finals night?
I think you've got plenty of time to manage your day. You know, most players, obviously, when they're here, you know, you're staying in a hotel. So,
100.
My example would be that, you know, you would want to kind of kick back, put your feet up. I actually popped over to a county match, to be honest, when I did it in the morning. But so possibly didn't do it quite to the best of effect. But you should be chilling out in your hotel, getting some lunch, and then just preparing for the evening. I think there's enough time between them.
100.
There's more evidence of Evetts dabbling with different rhythms in game. That is a flat dart. That could be covering the 60, and that makes that dart even better.
Teddy require 120.
That could be the difference between winning this match and not. But it's not up to him right now. It's up to Ted, who has a decision to make. He needed 2 of them. He doesn't get the first one.
He doesn't like it, does he, Ted, with the angle when it lies underneath the treble bed.
And that would have been the second one we've seen this week.
Indeed.
Jamie, you require 52.
Yeah, Darren Brown earlier this week had 120 with 2 bulls. Jamie's rhythm is nowhere near what we've seen the last couple of days. But he's still alive. That 60 in the penultimate visit of that 5th leg, it gave him the easier opportunity.
You called it. If Ted hadn't found the 120, as you mentioned, the last dart just gave him a nice steady 2-dart checkout. But now you feel that this match is very firmly still in Ted's hands. Got the advantage of throw. It's just whether he can make the most of it.
There's a lot of great darts happening over the course of Saturday.
45.
Someone who was in the very first... Oh, happy birthday, Tommy. Happy birthday to Les Wallace as well. And if you're watching this and it's your birthday, happy birthday.
$98.
Earlier today, the first finalist of a Super Series, Graham Usher, has made it to the World Senior Final.
59.
He is waiting to see who he's going to play in the final tonight, so we wish Graham well. We wish Ross Montgomery and Steve Beaton well as well. But Bo Greaves has won another Development Tour title in the last 5 minutes, beating James Beaton by 5 legs to 2. She is top of the Development Tour, Challenge Tour, and Women's Series Order of Merit all at the same time.
45.
We should all be inspired by Bo Greaves. Everyone. Because she's amazing.
Yeah, she really is a phenom. And that would make it that the 3 PDC events that she's actually, the weekends that she's attended, she's picked up 2 titles at each one. It's unbelievable, really.
Genuinely
140.
But we've got to believe in Ted Evetts. The man who has maybe the biggest sock collection in darts, who's wearing socks tonight with a karate-wielding teddy bear,
96,
is now within 50 points of his first win on Saturday night.
How are you getting into conversations where you find out this kind of stuff?
Ted and I just usually talk about food, but tonight it was, oh, look what 50 socks I'm wearing. Oh, okay. Ted goes for double 16 and wins. First win of the week against Jamie Owens. It could be crucial. He gets 2 points in Group 2, and that puts Jamie Owens in a bit of trouble. He's going to have to wait until game number 6 of the night to have a crack at Carl Wilson to see if he can make his way through. He may need a little bit more than that. Evetts, not a classic by any means, but when he was at the outer ring, he was very polished. And it's good enough to get the same result as Kurt Parry from the first game of the night. We're going to go back to Group 1 now, and it is Dave Wawrzewski who is on the chopping block. He's up against Mr. Must-See, or is it Mr. We Can't Miss Him?
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break we saw Ted Evetts get the better of Jamie Owens by 4 legs to 2. So the perfect start for Super Ted on this Saturday evening. Next up for us, we're going to see Reece Robinson in action, the human highlight reel, Mr. Must See. They're not my words, they're his words. And that is how he describes them. One of the most maverick, enigmatic players that we have here at the Super Series. Just last night he decided to hit a hat-trick of tops because, that's what he does. He takes on David Wawrzewski, who has to win this game. If he doesn't, he is heading for home. Earlier on this morning, I caught up with the Sugar, Mr. Human Highlight Reel, Mr. Must See, and a whole lot of other nicknames, really. Reece, into another Saturday night here at the Super Series. How would you reflect on your Group P campaign?
Up and down. Some good games, some terrible ones.
There was some highlight moments for yourself. Let's go in straight away then with the big one, the 120, the 3 tops. First of all, was that your plan of attack straight away, or were you caught in 2 minds as to go maybe a little bit more conventional?
Yeah, I was thinking about trying, and then I just thought, you're not playing that well anyway, may as well spark something off or try something.
So is that the key for you? Because we talk about you being a little bit of a maverick player, someone who likes to do some flashy things. For you, is it about when you do things like that the 3 tops or some of the other shots you go for, is it about trying to draw something out of yourself just to get yourself going?
Yeah, that's the only reason I do them, really. I sometimes find them easier, like with your tops. If I'm struggling with the treble 20, I think it's 1 tops and then you usually follow at least 1 more. And then, it gives you a bit of adrenaline for the next leg or whatever, and you just feel good after hitting one.
So in terms of adrenaline, big crowd here tonight. You've won here a couple of times as well before. Is this the perfect formula for Reece Robinson?
I'll let you know at the end of the night. But yeah, hopefully.
2-timer winner here at the Super Series. If you were successful tonight, you would join an elite bracket of players. Only a handful of players have ever won 3 weekly titles here. How much of an honour would that be if you're able to do that?
Yeah, it'd be good. Some of the players that play and don't win a week, you just think how, because the standard's so good. But yeah, if I can have 3, that's what the aim is.
Well, we wish you all the very best. Reece, good luck.
Cheers, thank you.
But the showman has decided to arrive. There's 2. A hat-trick of double tops of Reece Robinson.
Double top. That is really, really good. But this is an even better one.
Gonna need all 3. Ball.
Game shot.
It could get a little bit loud in here in a few minutes' time because a lot of the crowds here tonight are here for David Wawrzewski. But if he loses this match, then he will be heading for home. He lost his opening fixture by 4 legs to 2 to Kurt Parry. He takes on Reece Robinson, looking to get his campaign off to a win. If he wins this, then he'll send him and Kurt into the semi-finals. Let's get into commentary then and hear the force of Laura Turner and Paul Nicholson for Game 3 of the night.
Many thanks, Henry. We are eager to see the next chapter of Group number 1. Kurt Parry has 2 points and a leg difference of +2. Wawrzewski has his back against the wall. Lose this game, no chance of the semis on this occasion for Wazzy. He's in his 5th finals night from 8 attempts. Robinson, his 7th from 8. And he is the person that people expect to win because he's the one who's done it before on more than one occasion. He's even been to the Champions Night. And this place tonight actually feels like Champions Night because there's such a buzz about this place. And a lot of that is to do with the man in all sorts of different colours, not just the kind of yellow that makes you divert your vision the other way.
41.
Yeah, it's a rather bright top. Kind of used to seeing Reece in kind of normally in black.
100.
But as you mentioned there, for Dave Wawrzewski, he knows exactly what he has to do. He's going to want to make a positive start here because Reece Robinson, as you mentioned, 2-time winner here, knows how to play on finals night.
Many times this week, with the first 95 games of week 5,
60.
People have won with lesser averages. People have had 100 as an average and lost.
40.
However, tonight, we've seen 2 people lose with by far the fewer numbers. So the games are very fair. Wawrzewski's going to have to find a little bit more than he had
34.
against Kurt Parry. If he doesn't, he will lose.
Yeah, and already at this really early
45.
stage,
Rhys
Rhys Robinson
167.
threatening Dave Wawrzewski's throat.
Do you want it? It's a silly question, really. I'm not even sure why I
132.
asked it. Of course he was going to go for it.
Yeah, there are still players that even being that far in front would still opt to tee up to play the percentages, but not Rhys Robinson.
140. Richard required 35.
That is not what he wanted. Now what does he want to do? Do you want to split again? This is really interesting. Double 6.
29.
That would have
David
been
required
just as interesting as the
135.
checkout he had last night when he went double 6, double 17.
No, but you go back to that shot that he made on
85.
ball.
Richard requires
Left
6.
himself on 35, made a bit of a hash of it, and this is no straightforward
Game
double.
shot
Although,
the
as I
first
say that,
leg.
of course he finds
Rhys
it.
Robinson.
Well, if he leaves himself on 18 at some point with 3 darts in
Second
hand,
leg, it's Rhys to throw
don't be
first.
surprised if he goes double
Game
3, double 3, double 3. That's a good start there from Rhys. Nice and tidy, of sorts.
45.
That's what makes him watchable. That was a 16 darter. And that was not a straight line from A to B.
140.
That was a wiggly line.
Yeah, slight diversion towards the end.
$57.
Yeah, as you say, for these two, it's a pretty straightforward equation in terms of the group because the win for Rhys pulls both him and Kurt Parry through, and they'll just be jostling for position in the last match.
123.
Dave does need to try and find a win just to keep his hopes alive.
You can hear how many people are here for him. I actually think this is quite a
60.
difficult situation for Dave. I'm not getting into that. I don't get into football in
100.
Portsmouth. But I think this is a difficult situation for Dave because I think he's a vastly unselfish person.
120.
He runs an academy.
David
He
required
puts the kids ahead of
138.
himself. I think he puts everybody ahead of himself. But on a night like tonight,
41.
he's got to be selfish. I think that's difficult for him.
Yeah, you say that because we did kind of comment earlier when everyone was arriving, Dave was welcoming his friends, his guests. I mean, he's obviously excited to see them and really appreciates the support. But sometimes you've just got to lock yourself
140.
away in the
David
practice
required
room and focus.
97.
Tops.
Game shot the second leg. David Wawrzewski. Third leg, it's David to throw first. Game on.
Some moments don't need words. That was just a 97 checkout to draw level at 1-1.
85.
But that was a lovely moment and a beautiful checkout.
Yeah, great to hear that crowd reaction. And in the context of the match, Rhys Robinson broke the throw of Wazzy in the
41.
first, and it was a break straight back. So we're all back on throw if Wawrzewski can try and find a way of holding.
100.
The only way that David can be automatically through at the end of this game
60.
is if he wins 4 legs to 1. That would take him to 2 points and a leg difference of +1. That is a guaranteed ticket to the semi-finals.
83.
He loses 1 more leg. That guarantee evaporates.
81.
If he wins tight, then we'll look at the permutations in game 5 because they're complicated.
100.
Yeah, we do like a bit of complicated, though, don't we, on a Friday? I'll leave you with the abacus.
You're all hot, Laura.
96. David, you require 133.
97's a good score here as well.
59.
But trebleless isn't the end of the world. But he does still need a treble if he wants 2 darts at a double to take a 2-1 lead.
53. David, you require 74.
I'm not against that play from Robinson. Double 10.
Game shot the third.
Combinations have been
David
really good
Wawrzewski.
when the pressure's been on in group play this week.
Full flag, it's reached.
And it's found its way to the surface again.
Game on.
This is better from David. It's averaging 87. And it's very effective on the doubles as well at 2 out of 3.
45.
Yeah, absolutely. 2 out of 3 ain't bad, and he's put a good 13 points on his average after that performance against Kurt Parry. Just seems to be finding that form, finding that range.
95.
We see some young darts fans in the crowd tonight. They should have brought a duster for their 180 signs because
81.
they haven't been able to lift it yet. Who's going to get that first max? Might be now.
You asked the question and Reece Robinson sent you the answer. There are all those 180 cards.
62.
It was a somewhat muted celebration because most of them want Dave to win. They actually didn't want that 180, but at the same time they were celebrating it. It's a peculiar atmosphere sometimes at the Live Lounge on Saturdays.
24.
A very intimate place. If you've never been here, this is somewhere you have to tick off your list.
Yeah, despite that 180,
140,
Robinson only found 24. Does leave him on a finish, and we saw him miss the 167 in the opening leg, but not going to get close to the 154. So a real chance here for Dave Wawrzewski.
Yeah, this is a big opportunity now. This is against the throw.
78.
If you can take this out. Oh, no.
38. Richard requires 66.
Don't miss your big numbers in moments like that. Reece doesn't. Skinny 18s. Right in the corner.
Reece Robinson.
Bit of spirit from the 2-time champ.
Fifth leg, it's David to
And that means that Wawrzewski cannot
Game on.
qualify automatically from this game. What is still possible is a 9-dart shootout.
100.
And the result that is needed for that is a Wawrzewski 4-2.
Yeah, absolutely. It would still be dependent on the very last game,
60.
but that is the second ingredient for this cocktail.
Well, Kurt Parry's in the practice room right now looking at the monitor thinking, don't you dare win 4-2, David.
140.
I'm not going through this 9-dart shootout malarkey again.
60.
Dave's game is all about 1 and 2 treble visits.
140.
He's been really good this week at putting the tons in. They might as well call him the 21st century ton machine.
43. David, 121.
But what's been really good about this is the amount of 140s he's had. He's had 6. He was tempted.
89.
And then his darting brain kicked in.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it would have been a crowd pleaser if it had gone in, but obviously you can find yourself chasing. And despite the fact that Reece Robinson's so far back, I still think it's sensible play from Wawrzewski.
60.
He had it surrounded. He looks fairly relaxed in the background.
60. David, you require 16.
Is he relaxed now?
No score.
Well, this is not the time for 3
require
bulls.
150.
But it might be the time for a 150 checkout. Double 15.
135.
He gave it a chance.
David, you require
Everybody was
60.
holding their breath in the crowd. Mr. Must See with almost a blinding checkout. As Wawrzewski takes the lead eventually.
David Wawrzewski.
Yeah, 6 missed in that leg by Wawrzewski on the outer ring. Survived that
against
scare.
Reese
That
to
150
throw
wasn't
first. Game
far
on.
off the double 15 target, but enough for Dave to go within 1 of the match.
45.
And this is where things get really intricate on a Saturday night. After game 1,
81.
Kurt Parry is really happy with a 4-2 win. Now looking at this, he is anything but comfortable.
95.
Yeah.
The right result for Kurt is actually for Reese to take this leg.
Yeah, I was just going to say the same thing. If this goes 3 apiece, then Kurt can
60.
perhaps relax just a little bit more. You mentioned it in the first game. Just because you win your open, it does not mean you're guaranteed a place to go through.
50.
To put it in sporting terms, someone like Dave, someone like Evetts, they've played 5 days in a row leading into Saturday. It's like they've gone through a 10,000 metre race. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. And then on Saturday, they're asked to do a 100 metre sprint
100.
twice.
$43.
Not what he needed. This game is so tense.
Complete silence from the crowd. Robinson desperately trying to seek out a
41.
treble. Finds a single. We'll be back for a 170. How much Wawrzewski would want that 2 treble visit?
60.
Can't find one.
Maurice, you require 170.
Trebleless in his last 4 visits. By virtue of that, he's had a chance to get this one.
96.
Yeah, and that last start there from Robinson could prove mightily important.
121.
Oh, how good could that
Reese
be?
requires 74.
Robinson needs to close the door, or the door might be shut in his face. Tops from the angle.
54.
Wawrzewski with a 4-2
David, you require
would have
72.
everybody on the edge of their seat. He knows how big this is. Tops.
32.
Wow, one match
Reese, you
start
require
come and gone.
20.
A chance for Reese Robinson here to level it up at 3 apiece.
You could hear a pin drop in here when that was being thrown. And the 9-dart shootout possibility is out.
7th and final leg, it's David to
I
throw
could also
first.
hear a
Game on.
breath of relief coming from the players' room from Kurt Parry in the back.
95.
But now the situation changes. If Wawrzewski does not win this leg, he's out. This is where you dig deep.
100.
And your process pre every throw is just so important. Managing the tension so you can still perform.
100.
Yeah, it's kind of mad to think, isn't it? Your analysis of it being a 10,000 metre run, then a sprint, but it all just comes down for Wawrzewski anyway to this one leg.
140.
It's not as if they're conditioned for it all week long. This is the 27th game this week that David has played. He's had a fair few 4-3s. But considering he's left 170 after 9,
57.
he's handled
David,
the pressure of this leg very well so far.
60.
Still in the balance.
Great second dart there from Reese Robinson. Just sliding across, trying to find a route through, and that's a brilliant third.
I think the third one was better than the second one. Can he recover? He can't.
52.
Reece Robinson has the nickname
64.
Sugar, which is something to do with Sugar Ray Robinson. He was pretty good at knockouts. And he might just knock out Wazzy right here from week 5. Lifeline
56.
by the skin of his teeth.
David, you require
If he hits
58.
this, it's going to get loud.
Yeah, hit it he does, and that is a 4-3 win for Dave Wawrzewski, just keeping his chances of making the semi-final alive with a 4-3 victory over Reece Robinson. Robinson did have a chance there in the last, but scuppered 2 darts at the outer ring, and it's all still very open in Group 1. There you can see the averages, 83.04 for Wazzy and 80 for Reece Robinson. But it's that 4-3 victory that just keeps Group 1 very, very interesting. Well, join us for the second game in Group number 2 coming up next, where Ted Evetts will face Carl Wilson.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Ledlow! Hello, welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. What a dramatic game we saw before the break. A game which could have gone in any which direction, but it was won in the end by David Wawrzewski in a last leg decider 4-3. Reece Robinson himself having opportunities to cross the line in that one, but it's was that keeps his hopes alive. Reece Robinson has to win his final game against Parry to guarantee his place through to the semi-finals a little bit later on this evening. As far as Ted Evetts is concerned, because he beat Jamie Owens by 4 legs to 2 in the opening match of the evening session, it means that 3 legs will be enough for him to make it through to the final 4 at around about 10 o'clock this evening. His next assignment is Carl Wilson, a man who seemingly just keeps topping groups here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. His first appearance, he topped Group A. Yesterday, he topped Group C, and he's got a lot of friends in the auditorium for him this evening. Earlier on, I caught up with Gok, yep, that's his nickname, to talk about his week so far. Carl, really good campaign once again here at the Super Series. What is it about this format that makes you feel so at home?
Don't know, I just enjoy playing darts, and it seems to, so far, touch wood, it's gone well for me every time I've come here.
In terms of your Group C campaign, dropped just the 1 match against David Wawrzewski. You must have been pleased overall of your level of play.
Yeah, I am. It's all about getting wins on the board. I'm not worried about averages. Yeah, it's nice to go back and look back and go, yeah, I played well there, but I got the main thing, the points on the board, and got through to Saturday night.
Is it fair to say you're a player that can win in different styles? Yes, we saw the 103 average, but you're also able to win games that can be a little bit tight and maybe you're not at your best.
Yeah, I'll be until that winning double goes in. I will, I don't know how to put it, it's a lot of grit and determination in my game, and I'll fight till the end. It's not over till that winning double goes in, and if I get a chance, I'll give it my best to take it.
2 tonight, second time you've been here in second appearances to Saturday. Last time was a semi-final. You lost out to Darius, who actually went on to win the series in the end. How much can actually, even though it was a defeat, that inspire you going into this evening?
Because I had chances, and if I can give myself them chances and take them again, I can lift that trophy.
Anyone with you tonight?
Just a few. I've got my mum, my dad, 2 of my brothers that are here. I've got loads of support, and it's lovely. It's nice for them to enjoy the journey with me.
Well, I wish you all the very best. Carl, good luck tonight.
Thank you very much.
Punch his ticket into Saturday night. That's an 11 darter to seal it. Wilson here hasn't got his first tump plus of the day up his sleeve. Nichols expects this to go, and it does.
Got it, double 15. Brilliant shot.
Every single leg in this match, Carl Wilson has at least left himself in a single to double after 12. What a performance.
They're playing really, really well.
And the atmosphere has gone up another notch here in the Live Lounge in Porto over the last few minutes as Carl Wilson made his way onto the stage as that interview was being played. There's a real feel of atmosphere here. As you can see, it's a packed house, and around about 35 of the patrons inside the Live Lounge this evening are here to see Carl Wilson in action. Ted Evetts, well, he's looking for a friend in any which direction. But for him, the only thing he'll worry about is progressing through to Champions Week come the end of the night. In the commentary box, Paul Nicholson and Laura Turner.
Many thanks, Henry. And you're absolutely right. The atmosphere out here really has gone up a notch. But one man is going to have the crowd for him, and that's the man from Royal Tunbridge Wells. He's a very proud man tonight. Parents and siblings in the crowd. Will that inspire him? We wonder. As he is the last person to grace the stage for the first time this evening. We've already had drama. Are we about to get some more? Is Super Ted going to be the first person through to the semi-finals?
First leg, it's Ted to throw first. Game on!
Nobody's through yet, but if Evetts wins this, he will be.
Yeah, and he looked really rather steady in his opening 4-2 win over Owens. Average of just around about the 85 mark, but very, very efficient on the outer ring. 4 from 6, including that 95 checkout. But coming into this, Carl Wilson, he was your tip. You were firmly off the fence.
Yep. Sometimes win percentages don't lie. And he's had some of the most consistent stuff this week. Beat Ricky King England international to nil
100.
with 103.66. He's starting to attain new levels on a more regular basis, and that is why he recently won in Aylesbury at the Winmore
100.
ADC Championship Tour for the first time, putting in some really good numbers. His confidence has never been higher, and he's never been more ready to win. That's why I think tonight could be his night.
Yeah, to win that tournament over in Aylesbury that you mentioned, there are some tough competitors, some big names that attend.
I gather that is one of his brothers. That's the first start that Ted Evetts has been looking for all week. And he's devastated with just a ton.
Yeah, it's that situation, isn't it? When you find that treble 20 so sweet, so plump, and then back it up with 220s, it's disappointing. If it was 220s first and he finished off with the treble 20, he'd be relatively happy with it.
Well, he should have done better with that first start because, let's face it, he knows what to do with a plum. He's a chef. Well, he's trained to be one anyway. He still didn't bring any chocolates this week, Laura.
51.
It's disappointing.
Yeah. He has promised if he makes it to Champions Week, he will.
Should make it a clause. If you're coming back, you have to bring food.
Did it require 110?
Well, Carl's had 2 110 checkouts this week. Could this be a dose of his own medicine? Double 15.
95. Carly require 46.
Listen to this. Bordering on vociferous.
Game show.
Inspired darts from Gok.
Carl Wilson.
That's got to change that nickname, hasn't it?
I agree.
Second leg, it's Cole to throw first.
Yeah, but it's
Game on.
It's Carl Wilson who's got the first leg. And only a small slip up, just the one missed double there by Ted Evetts. Was missed by some way though.
140.
A loss in this game does leave Evetts a little vulnerable. But if he loses it tight,
100.
something like 4-3 or 4-2, there are results in Game 6 between Wilson and Owens that could still see him through.
40.
If in doubt, just win and be sure of it. It's still in his hands for now.
Yeah, absolutely. What Ted can't afford to do is kind of get any level of negativity. Looks quite calm and collected at the moment, but I've seen it with Ted sometimes. He can just get that little bit frustrated, shakes the head.
And there is a danger as well, isn't there, that these players could want tonight too much. If you try too hard, you won't win.
I feel that's what we saw in the opening match from Jamie Owens when he played Ted Evetts. I just felt like it was kind of came out really pumped, all that adrenaline. And you can become a bit, for want of a better word, but I could probably talk from my perspective, you become a bit desperate for the win. You're just trying ever so hard, and it has the reverse effect.
$131. Ted, you require 170.
This is turning into the best game of the night already. We're only 1.5 legs in. Now what does he do? This is a 50-50 call. He might even look at the 17s here.
74.
I think that was very smart because the single would have left 130. It's all about likelihoods. Stay straight. And go for double 5.
80. Ted, you require 96.
Yeah, break back opportunity here for Ted Evetts. Wants to find that plum first start once again and pulls it into the 5. Can he adjust? He can. Tops is the target.
76.
He's had 2 brilliant treble 17s in the leg.
Require
but that one
10.
miss at tops could see him 2 behind.
Game show on the second leg. Carl Wilson.
Just looks ready, doesn't he? Looks really good under pressure.
Third leg, it's Ted to throw first.
They say that winning is a habit. Do you subscribe to that?
I do. I think it actually, as well, it also breeds that confidence within you. When you've got that winning feeling, you turn up to games just feeling more confident. And I'm a big believer that, you know, it's very hard to play this game if you've got any niggling doubts or if you're lacking in confidence in your playing ability.
Have you ever walked into a darts auditorium, looked around and said to yourself, there's nobody in here who can beat me, I'm going to win this today?
Me personally, probably not. Probably not. I'm a bit glass half full when it comes to playing, but sometimes that works and sometimes it doesn't.
Twice I thought that. And both times I won. Only twice.
100.
Sometimes it's a feeling. You can't describe it. It's one of, what's to be scared of? I'm playing brilliantly. I just have to keep doing what I'm doing.
140.
And the kind of shape that Wilson's in, he's not going to be arrogant because he's not like that. But he might feel a little superhuman.
You get the feeling that it's kind of yours to lose as opposed to, you know,
167.
anyone else's to win.
Well, this is a leg that Ted Evetts will hope not to lose because he's in a fabulous position.
Ted's had chances in both legs. It was just the one dart in both of the first two legs. One at double 15 and another went astray. He's been there or thereabouts, but it's some wonderful setup play that we've seen from Carl Wilson.
Ted, you require 68.
That's a little untidy. But treble 17 comes to his rescue again. Oh no.
No score. Carly require 160.
That might just open up the door. Now he hasn't taken the big out.
140.
But going back to 68 now.
Ted, you require 68.
It becomes perilous.
Double 16, and as you mentioned, Paul has had some trouble in that area of the board. And the target he wanted the leg before he finds, but not the one he wanted then.
The irony can be felt.
Gage on the third
And Wilson takes the third leg. This game can be so cruel.
Fourth leg, it's Cole to throw first. Game on.
But on the flip side, you've got to be merciless. When your opponent does what they've just done, you've got to lap it up and do what you've got to do.
140.
Yeah, almost perfect start, but Wilson here with the darts to take it 4 legs to nil in a match where Ted Evetts has had chances at the outer ring in every single leg.
96.
Well, this is a strange situation. In leg 4 of game 4.
91.
If Carl Wilson wins this leg, he's in the semis. Because his leg difference will be so bright. And he will pummel Ted Evetts
96.
so much that he'll be too far ahead. And Evetts wouldn't be able to catch him. This is his last game of this group.
100.
If he does lose this leg, Evetts, he'll want Carl to do this to Jamie Owens.
Agreed, absolutely. And he's already down to a finish. It's the big fish, but down there after just 9.
136.
I was talking about this finish earlier in the week.
107.
When we say the big fish, it can be one big fish or many, because the plural of big fish is big fish.
98.
I need to get a life, don't
You
I?
had too much time on your hands when you were discussing that, surely.
Thinking about fish too much.
$57.
Well, this
Carly requires
is an opportunity
72.
to make everybody who's supporting him very happy. Carl Wilson is in the semi-finals after one game played. He looked really good in that game. Super composed, ready to win.
And a 4-0 victory means that Evetts now just has to watch that man right there who's just won 4-0 with that average and those excellent doubles. If he can do that to Jamie Owens in Game 6, he will take Evetts with him into the semi-finals. But that is not a guarantee. When we come back, it is a very, very easy thing that Rhys Robinson knows he has to do. But it's far from easy. He's got to beat Kurt Parry after the break.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler! Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here on Pluto TV, where we are 4 games down on this Saturday evening. And before the break, we saw Carl Wilson get the better of Ted Evetts by 4 legs to 0. Next up for us, it's Kurt Parry up against Rhys Robinson. And effectively, this is a knockout game. A victory for Kurt Parry would send Dave Wawrzewski through, whilst a victory for Rhys Robinson would be good enough to send himself into the semi-finals after 10. Paul Nicholson and Laura Turner are in the commentary box.
We're still here and we're eagerly awaiting this one.
Game on!
So Rhys Robinson now knows to get through because he has the same leg difference as Dave Wawrzewski after his meeting with him in game number 3. A win for Robinson will get him through.
80.
Kurt Parry is not safe
55.
though. He needs legs. But I suppose one thing being off the table, that there isn't going to be a 9-dart shootout tonight, that's probably a relief to him.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd agree. I was quite looking forward to it. I hadn't done one, but no, in the context of the group, that's not the way it's panned out.
Yeah, 2 legs for Kurt Parry will get it done for him.
60.
But that in itself is a difficult challenge. There's a bit of a buzz about this place. They've just
56.
seen Wilson win 4-0 with an excellent display, the best of the night. 4 out of 6 on the doubles with a 94-ish average.
40.
He's the one that settled the quickest tonight.
Yeah, last one of our 6 finalists to come out, and obviously all that time in the practice room's done him some good. But as you said, that win ratio, he's just riding on that wave of confidence.
It's
a great shot from Kurt.
155.
The tighter this game is, results-wise, the better it is for Parry. I am sure Dave Wawrzewski is having kittens right now in the practice room. He would love to be in the semi-finals. 17 leaves tops.
42.
Yeah,
Reach
Dave
require
Wawrzewski,
112.
it's all out of his hands now. He can just sit back and watch and hope.
He can hit this 54.
48.
And he is livid that he didn't.
40.
For one of 2 legs that he needs.
30. Reach
A wild last one there. And
64.
that last throwaway dart from Rhys Robinson.
Interesting play. It works though.
On the first leg.
It's like he's
Rhys
playing bingo
Robinson.
on double 18. He's gone for 2 corners now. One was in the bottom corner, now he's gone for the top corner. Doesn't matter as long as it's in.
Agreed. It was a holder throw for Robinson, but it felt like an awkward holder throw.
96.
Something is happening in Group 1 as well that doesn't happen every week.
60.
The actual DNA of this group is in the hands of Rhys. And he's the one who doesn't have any points.
100.
He can actually dictate who goes through with him.
Yeah, it's a good point. Well made.
95.
He might look at Kurt Parry and think, do you know what? I'd love a result to take him out because he's dangerous. He might think he's got a bigger ceiling than Wawrzewski.
60.
Yeah, despite losing to Wawrzewski in their previous meeting, it was tight. It was tightly run, and Robinson did have that opportunity to actually take the match.
99.
And if Robinson had hit that double 8, Parry would already be through.
Well, these are the fine margins you're working to, and as we say,
45.
throughout the week, the idea is just to
Right,
get
you're requiring
qualified for
146.
this, but now it feels very much more like knockout darts.
66.
It feels like it's a knockout situation every different leg. Some Saturday nights, the groups go by and they're somewhat mundane because somebody wins a couple of games and then it's a knockout match at the end to see who wins the group and who comes second.
55.
Not
Right, you
tonight.
require 80.
Double 10.
Game
This
shot
time
the
he finds
second
the outer
leg.
ring.
Kurt Parry.
And Kurt, who's got his own support here, is 50%
To
there.
throw first. Game on.
When it does come down to legs, and seeing so much frustration from Rhys, understandably so, just hasn't quite clicked for him yet tonight.
What do you make of the reaction to that first start?
Yeah, I just think he's so frustrated.
41.
Nothing seems to be quite going in his way. But you're letting your opponent know how very much frustrated you are. You're kind of giving them that fuel to feed off of.
45.
Seen it with loads of people over the years. And there's more frustration for Robinson. He just doesn't understand why this is happening. He's having a Richie Burnett night.
43.
And this is purely stemming from he knows exactly what he can do on the dartboard. Kurt Parry senses weakness.
140.
Yeah, now's the time to pounce.
56.
It's easy for us to sit up here, but I do think, as dart players sometimes, you demand perfection from yourself as often as possible, but you do have to give yourself a little bit of a break
100.
sometimes if things do go slightly awry.
140.
What he tends to do, Rhys Robinson, when things aren't going right, is he does change rhythms. You're not going to get that from Parry. He's like a grandfather clock that's just been tuned. It's metronomic.
140.
You mentioned the change of pace, and that's resulted in back-to-back 140s there for Rhys Robinson.
60. Rhys should require 81.
He's going really
49.
swift now.
So you require 111.
But 111 points separate Kurt Parry from the semis.
79. Rhys should require 32.
This game all of a sudden is really quick.
Game shot.
And it has a leader, and his name is Robinson.
Yeah, and a bit of a risky strategy, I think, there employed by Rhys Robinson.
Full flag,
Went for
it's
the
Kurt
treble
to throw
10 when he had
first.
62
Game.
left, and didn't opt to go 12 ball with Kurt sat on 111.
Yet again, here are the fine margins of Saturday nights. If Kurt doesn't win this leg, he must win the next one. Just giving us a Luke Humphreys fake dart.
100. $45.
And Kurt Parry, who looked very assured in that first opening match that we saw him, just looking a little bit tense.
180.
And you can sense where the Welsh support is because they weren't raising those 180 signs.
125.
If they had a 125 sign, they'd raise it right now. Is Robinson finally starting to figure this out?
$91.
He may just be. That switch is really good.
Yeah, Parry's first dart on a few occasions, and on that one third dart, but they've just gone awry, and that was a disastrous visit for Kurt Parry.
$65.
Needs 105 or more.
And I wonder
60.
if
They
you
should
were in
require
Kurt's position and you
65.
picked up that new set of darts, do you now start questioning it when it starts to go a bit wrong?
Interesting point.
49.
This is a
Okay,
big ask.
141.
Too big an ask on this occasion. He's losing the line and the weight now. And Dave
30.
Wawrzewski is starting
Which
to
requires
enjoy this a little
60.
bit. 2 4s.
$8.
Oh, this is still a hard shot.
Kurt, you
for
require
Kurt.
120.
It was only a score of 13 with his last 3 darts. He misses the second 54.
80. Rhys should require.
Yeah, more
8.
chances here to extend the lead of Robinson to go within 1.
How many times does he want to miss double 4?
Game
Not
shot,
anymore.
the 4 flag.
So now
Rhys
Parry
Robinson.
needs to win this leg. If he doesn't,
5th flag, it's Rhys to throw first. Game.
Rhys Robinson will qualify.
81.
And then the pace there from Robinson. Just thought he'd slowed it down again, slightly more deliberate. And that's some response from Kurt Parry. His first maximum of the match, first maximum of the night from him.
What a time to get it as well. The result would be gut-wrenching if Parry doesn't win this leg. He would go out on legs 1 by 1.
He's put himself in a very good position.
60.
This is what it's all about. Doing it on a rainy Monday morning is one thing. Doing it on a mild Saturday night is very, very different. When you've got to win this leg.
Kurt, you require 81.
Double 16. Exceptional. What a leg that is from Kurt Parry. He's now through.
Sick leg, it's Kurt to throw first. Game on.
A leg he needed to win, and he does it in 12.
Yeah, absolutely came out of nowhere, but how important that was for Kurt Parry.
100.
If you're not impressed by that leg, you're watching the wrong sport, because that is one of the best legs that we have seen this series. Without a doubt, the best leg of the week.
Yeah, I think more impressive, not just because of the fact that he needed it, couldn't afford to lose it, but it was mustering up a 12 darter when he just wasn't playing on all cylinders.
100.
Now the situation changes. It's very simple. Dave Wawrzewski wants Kurt Parry to win this leg and the next. And if he does, Wazzy would be through with Parry. Robinson still needs to win the game.
Yeah, there must be some conflicting feelings in the players' room for Dave Wawrzewski, who probably would have been all Rhys Robinson when he raced into the lead. But now, as you say, Kurt Parry all the way.
85.
Well, this is a burst. It's not going to be the best two-leg burst that we've seen this week because Ted Evetts had that. 22 darts for 2 legs. With a 10 and a 12.
36.
Including a 170.
Game shown the
But that is a 12 and a 13 to take us all the way. And now Rhys Robinson needs to win this leg.
7th and final leg, it's Rhys to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, so many different stories and synergies within this match. We saw Kurt Parry rally. We saw him find a 12 darter in a leg that he had to win, and Rhys Robinson kicks us off with a maximum.
Well, by winning leg 6, Kurt Parry's won the group, which means he's got the darts in the very first semi-final.
$85.
Got to hold it together as best you can.
60.
Yeah, the best we've seen in this match from Rhys Robinson was really when he picked up the pace. Just seems to be a little bit more deliberate.
97.
It's really good. These two deserve a shed load of credit for how they've dug deep.
60. Ratio for 139.
Rhys Robinson might be about to break half of this room and their hearts.
123.
We talked about Kurt doing things when he needed to. Robinson's done just the same. And the double that cost him the previous match that he played, it's not going to be found.
Wow.
Kurt,
he threw that so quickly. And Kurt Parry can now knock him out. Double 16.
88.
Rhys Robinson is still alive. And Rhys Robinson is through. Dave Wawrzewski has missed out on the semi-finals in a thrilling group. One of the best groups we've ever had on a Saturday night. It was quite unbelievable at times, and the swings were more than an election night. Reese wins. The averages mean nothing, but Parry did his job. He's won the group, and he's taken Reese Robinson with him after Reese wins by 4-3.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. What a dramatic game before the break. Reese Robertson taking out Kurt Parry by 4-3, but that actually takes out David Wawrzewski from proceedings. Our final match of the group sees Carl Wilson and Jamie Owens go head-to-head. Carl is into a second semi-final here at the Live Lounge in Port, so that's guaranteed. Whilst for Jamie Owens, actually his opponent did him a favour in the previous match because both him and Ted Evetts are level and equal in terms of legs difference. So this is a knockout match for Jamie. If he wins it, then he's going to be through because he'll be on -1 and his opponent will be on -2. Whilst for Carl,
to throw first.
he's through and he can help Ted out. Paul, Laura.
We're still here and we're both still on the edge of our seat. After Group 1, which will probably live in the memory forever. But we've had some information from backstage, Laura. Kurt Parry and Reese Robinson thought they were both out when they were playing that game. They've both gone through.
Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it? I mean, we were saying it was a mathematical impossibility for them both to have gone out at that stage. But yeah, I think Robinson probably thought he needed to win by a bigger margin, and Parry
62.
probably thought he needed the win, but actually he topped the group.
Yeah, that means that Kurt Parry will be playing in the next game.
123.
Reece Robinson will have a little bit of a wait. And he will be taking on the person who wins Group 2.
125.
That does depend on how many legs are won by Carl Wilson.
49.
Jamie's going to have to play better than his previous game, but at least he's had some time to try and
81.
figure it out.
Carl, you require 144.
It's definitely a more assured start from Jamie Owens.
60. Jamie require 112.
To get off to the perfect start. And that is not the perfect start at this visit.
30. Carl, you require 84.
He doesn't look like a happy man. How happy is Carl?
72.
Won't be too happy
Jamie
with that one.
require 82.
82, though, not a given. But we'll have 2 at double 16 to take the opening leg.
$66.
This is a
Carl, you
proper
require
north-south battle,
12.
this one. And the person from the south has got the crowd. But he hasn't got that one.
No score. Jamie requires 16. Game show on the first leg.
It'll do.
Jamie Owens.
That's what you should say to yourself right there. It'll do.
Second leg is
now
Jamie
let's
to
build
throw
on it.
first.
Yeah,
Game
100%. It's a break throw as well against Carl Wilson, who did not let Ted Evetts have a look in their opening match.
85.
And also the outer ring, I thought, was where Owens was actually struggling a little bit as well in his opening match. He was 2 from 7. He's around 27%. It's well below par.
44.
I don't remember in the last year and a bit a more tense Saturday night of qualifying. We have seen
100.
week 5 winners in previous series, the likes of Jamie Kelling, Mike Warburton, Steve West twice. When Mike Warburton won in Series 3, there was barely anybody here. Oh, how times have changed. Week 5 of Series 9, it was
45.
ridiculous. Paul Hogan and Devin Peterson in the final. We could be here for hours talking about that week. But I tell you what tonight's been like, because this is a sellout.
100.
And all the permutations we have had, it feels like we're swimming in a swimming pool of custard. That's what the pressure feels like.
Are you talking from experience? Have you ever swum in custard?
Not yet.
58.
Everybody has a dream.
Can't say that's one of mine, but, you know.
Oh, Cleopatra used to have famous
85.
baths of milk. She said it was good for her skin.
97. Carly Rock 132.
Oh, this would be some way to get off the mark. In this game, it's not going to happen. Things are turning for Jamie. He's getting opportunities.
80. Jamie Rock 160.
Yeah, that's a good marker for Jamie. Top's now the target.
Game shown the second leg.
That's more like
Jamie
it.
Owens.
That's what he was doing on Thursday.
Third leg, it's Cole to throw first.
First game of the night. Seems
Game
like a
on.
distant memory now.
Yeah, and our first Ton Plus checkout of the evening.
40.
Ted Evetts is getting that Dave Wawrzewski sinking feeling.
40.
He just looks a bit more in command, a bit more in control than he did when he came out in that opening match against Ted.
Is there a danger,
96.
knowing that you're through, that the body reacts to that, saying, just relax a bit? Worst case scenario, we're going to be in the semis anyway.
Yeah, I would agree. I do think, and we've seen it. We've seen it in group stages, and we've seen it here in the finals, that once you know, you can't naturally always manufacture the kind of adrenaline you need to get that winning finish, to get across the line. Sometimes you still need it.
Easily said. The adrenaline that Jamie has, it's natural, it's there, he can use it. But if Jamie's feeling a little, if Carl's feeling a little flat, how does he bring himself up a level? He's not the kind of animated player that Jamie is. It might be harder for him to manufacture it than some other players.
Yeah, I agree. I think, you know, he's got that crowd support.
100.
You can use that to your advantage. And if you are that player that goes through and actually
97.
does
Jamie
win, you want to
144.
come out of it going, yeah, I've won them all. You want to win all of your matches.
Sam Spivey a couple of weeks ago was the only person on Saturday night to win all 4 games.
Carly require 84.
Some people win on a Saturday night and they have had a loss.
Well, if the winner comes from Group 1, then both the players through from there have had a loss.
Bull.
Game on the third leg. Carl Wilson.
Nothing brings the fans
Full flag
to a bit of
Jamie
exultation like
first.
that than a
Game
bullseye
on.
finish.
And that could be the catalyst. You're asking kind of where you get the adrenaline from. Sometimes just having that kind of
96.
finish on the ball in front of the crowd, you get the reaction. And that can be the spark you need.
And because of legs 1,
77.
Carl Wilson needs 1 more leg in this contest to win the group. He cannot lose this game 4-1 and win the group.
140.
If Jamie wants to win the group, he has to win this leg and the next.
40.
Saturday nights don't get any more complicated than this without a 9-dart shootout.
57.
I wonder what Ted Evetts is doing right now. Some players don't watch.
I wouldn't watch, I don't think.
What would you be doing in his spot?
Don't know, kind of back to the
100.
screen, because in the players' room, obviously, you just have a little screen. You don't have any sound, but you can opt to watch it if you want. And yeah, my back would be to the screen and possibly just talking to another player that was...
I'd put on some calm music. I'd be throwing at the board and just establishing a rhythm just in case I need it. Better to be prepared and not need it than to be underprepared.
Jamie require 164.
He was right, it was a 5.
Carly require 149.
What could this be? Not a 3-figure checkout. And it's not the same level that we
80.
saw from Carl
Jamie require 121.
in his first match on Saturday night. Owens knows a thing or two about a bullseye finish on a Saturday.
96. Carly requires 69.
Atmosphere's incredible in here tonight.
It's brilliant, isn't it? But yeah, just eased to the target there, Jamie Owens, and it just offers up this chance here for Carl Wilson. Tops the target, tops his pins. To back checkouts from Carl Wilson.
Carl Wilson is your group winner.
Carl to throw first.
He will play
Game
Reese
on.
Robinson in the second semi-final. Which means that Robinson will not have the crowd again.
57.
Now it's very simple.
60.
It's best of 3 legs from here. If Wilson wins the match, he will take Ted Evetts into the semis with him.
100.
This is essentially a 1-set scenario that Johnny Clayton and Luke Humphreys fought out at the end of January
25.
at the Winmore World Masters.
Yeah, that was very exciting. Loved the new format at the World Masters. Don't normally get to go to that one, but yeah, did get there. And
135.
it was, yeah, really good.
I spoke to some people the next morning after that tournament, and they said if there were tickets on sale for it now, we would buy them.
123.
That says everything. And some people who are here tonight, they bought their tickets weeks in advance.
177.
That's astonishing. Somebody's woken up.
I'll say it again. I said it in the last match. Carl Wilson's setup play when it comes to the
Carly
business end
McGuire,
of
32.
legs has been exceptional so far tonight.
Game on the fifth leg.
He really is
Carl
playing well
Wilson.
now.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we have all phones on silent, please? All phones on silent. Sixth leg, it's Jamie to throw first. Game on.
You're not going to get a more ironic statement than that from the referee. Owen Binks uses his phone more than anybody on planet Earth. But his phone's on silent and so should yours.
180.
Jamie Owens now fighting for a place, not just in this match, but a place in the tournament.
41.
Now we're going to find out what he's made of. Now it's shades of the Victor Tingstrom game when it was 3-3. He needed to hit the 170 to
46.
get into the semi-finals. He did it. When you've done it once, you can do it again.
100.
There are people in the crowd right now who have no idea what to think. They are here because the ticket was
96.
£5. Talk about value for money.
Yeah, absolutely. Get a great evening's entertainment in. What I will say is an absolutely
190.
stunning building inside.
You're in a building that has seen winners
44.
like McEwen and Whitehead and Littler, Raymond Smith of Australia. You may actually be watching the Series 10 champion.
85. Jamie Buck 135.
We just don't know. Needs a 60. Needs a bull. Oh my word!
John the sixth
It's
leg.
just amazing.
Jamie Owens.
When his back is against the wall, he comes out swinging.
Seventh and final leg. It's
Now
Carl
it's
to
a
throw
one-leg
first.
scenario again.
Game on.
But in Group 2.
It really has been one of those evenings. I love the sportsmanship between the two. The reaction from Jamie, I think he was just shaking his head to say, how have I
80.
found another ball under all this pressure once again? But now he has to back it up.
43.
And that is not the ideal start for Owens.
Well, now we have to ask the question, based on the intel that we had backstage, do they even know?
99.
Carl must know that, well, I don't know. I'm going to say I don't know.
If Adam Mould was in this situation, he'd know everything.
28.
Carl will know he's through because he's won 7 legs for the loss of 3. That's always going to be enough.
100.
I'm pretty sure that Jamie will know that he's got to win this leg.
Jamie will know. Obviously, he's lost the first. He knows that he's going to have to at least pick up a win to keep himself in contention.
140.
Whether he knows if that win's enough, that's the question.
Well, the thing is, for Jamie, Carl has been his right-hand man because that 4-0 victory for him gave Jamie this opportunity. But now it's Carl that's crushing him. The walls are closing in. And he can't leave a finish.
55. Carly
Yeah, that
McQuine,
quick
88.
glance over to the scoreboard. He knew.
Don't do anything silly here. Just do big numbers. That is so
48.
wise. I love what I've just seen. Board management of the highest cool degree.
50. Carly McQuire, 40.
to be undefeated in Group 2. Carl Wilson does just that.
Carl Wilson!
He knocks Jamie Owens out, but it's not for the lack of trying. Owens had that majestic 135 checkout on the bull. He tried his best to resurrect a chance in week 5 of Series 10. However, he's come up just short, and Carl Wilson looks like the man to beat. But you won't see him again until semi-final 2, because semi-final 1 is on the way, and it will be Kurt Parry against Ted Evetts.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler! Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Carl Wilson got the better of Jamie Owens in a dramatic game by 4 legs to 3 for Jamie. He's going to leave us, as too is Dave Wawrzewski from Group 1. So the semi-finals now are set in stone. It sees Kurt Parry take on Ted Evetts and Carl Wilson up against Reese Robinson. We'll be watching all of the darts this evening in the company of Laura Turner, who joins us in the studio now. Prior to that last game and Carl Wilson making it 2 from 2, is it fair to say we don't really quite know the direction of travel tonight because everybody else has won 1 and lost 1?
Yeah, absolutely. It's been really close. It's been a struggle for all of them at times, apart from perhaps Carl Wilson. But yeah, it keeps it very interesting because, you know, it's just whoever switches it on now. It's completely, we kind of say Saturday is knockout darts, but this is really now knockout darts. There's no second chances.
Do you feel like possibly the nervy bit, the group stage bit, is now it's over and done with, is a bit more familiar familiar territory for players. Maybe we'll see a little bit more free and players maybe just relaxing a little bit more out there in the semi-finals.
Yeah, perhaps. I'd like to think so, but also there's still a big prize on the line, and I think out of everyone, the one that's been in the most control has probably been Carl Wilson. Was pushed again in that last match, but just managed to find a way to rally to kind of please the crowd because he's got a lot of crowd support as well. But yeah, hopefully we'll just see the next level from all the players.
Well, let's talk about the four semi-finalists then. We'll begin with Kurt Parry because he was the player who got the night off to a winning start against David Wawrzewski in the end. And he almost had that dart as well to send David through right at the end against Rhys Robinson. He mentioned at the beginning of the night, Kurt, that he feels like he's a little bit too inconsistent. Has the results tonight perhaps married up with his assessments?
Yeah, because he looked very assured in the first one, and then obviously in the next one, it didn't go his way. So I think, the analysis that he said was right, but he's done more than enough to get through and top the group. So I think, even without the consistency quite where it needs to be, he's done more than enough.
He's been joined by Rhys Robinson, who, story of his evening so far, is a couple of 4-3 games going one end or the other. He says he's a human highlight reel. He says he missed a must-see. I suppose it's been must-see in the fact that he's had drama everywhere he goes this evening.
It's generally what we talk about when we talk about Rhys anyway. There's always, like you say, that bit of drama. But yeah, it hasn't been smooth running for, plain sailing for him at all tonight. And at times he's just really frustrated. So he just, he changed up his pace and he looked much better. He had much more rhythm. And I think that's what changed the game between him and Kurt Parry. But yeah, we know what he can do. He's won here twice before. He just needs to kind of, rekindle that kind of level.
Now, this was the start of his night. That was a 4-3 defeat to David Wawrzewski. Really did put him on the back foot. And look, as you mentioned there, he had opportunities to win that particular match. And when it gets to the semi-final stages, those opportunities you feel like he's going to have to take.
Yeah, 100%. If you're gifted an opportunity or if you can create an opportunity, I think now's the time. Because you don't want to get yourself again in that position, especially if you're Rhys Robinson. You mentioned there's 2 4-3 results in there. You don't want another 4-3 result. You want to make it as easy for yourself as possible. You don't want that pressure of a last leg decider. So he's going to want to try and get out the traps much quicker and try and establish a lead.
In terms of Group 2, in terms of Coles, I know it's very easy to say when he's the only player that's won both matches that he's the player of the night, but he's demonstrated in terms of consistency over 2 games, he probably is that.
Yeah, no, and I would say if you ask me, he's definitely been the top performer. He's had the highest average, and he had some really clinical finishing as well. So for me, he's just putting together that full package. He's got the scoring power. His setup play has been exceptional as well. When he's needed it, that 177 to leave 32. There's just been moments that have been golden. And I think, Carl's looking like the one to beat. I don't like to say it, but I think Paul might be right with his prediction.
Yeah, none of us really like to hear that. But he looks really unflappable, doesn't he? It doesn't matter what's thrown at him, he just rolls with the punches.
He looks like he's been doing it for years and years, and especially when you've got a big crowd behind you, it can go one way or the other. We know he's got a lot of support here, but it just seems the same, unfazed, just going about his business, letting his darts do the talking, and that they're shouting quite loud.
How is Ted Evetts feeling right now?
Probably a bit lucky that he's still in the tournament, because that second defeat, that 4-0 defeat, that's painful. Not many players can suffer a 4-0 defeat and still get through. It's quite tough because of leg difference. But he's still in the tournament. He said it in your interview when you spoke to him before. It's all about staying in the tournament. Now he just needs to raise it up, maybe a bit more like his opening game, a bit more like what we expect from Ted. He just needs to play like he can.
So those are the 4 semi-finalists. This is the running order for the semi-finals and the schedule of play for the evening. So 2 semi-finals to come. Kurt Parry will take on Ted Evetts first, and then Carl Wilson against Rhys Robinson. We'll talk about the 2 semis in chronological order. We'll begin with the meeting between Kurt and Ted. These were the top 2 players in Group A on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday. They both completed cards in that particular group. Is there any idea, any indication as to who the favourite is for this semi-final?
Absolutely not. I don't know. It's a really tough one, because we've seen really good stuff from Kurt and he has topped the group. As I mentioned, Ted probably feels a little bit lucky that he's still in the tournament just because of the way the evening's panned out. However, they know each other's game. They would have played at least 3, they played 3 times. Ted was really in control of that Group A. I think Ted probably feels he owes one back for Kurt Parry, because he was really commanding the group and then just let it slip away at the end. So interesting dynamic to the first semi.
In terms of the second one, I feel like a complete contrast in styles. You've got Carl Wilson, who's so cool, calm, collected, and Reece Robinson, as we know, has got this real maverick flair about him.
Yeah, absolutely. It's kind of the calm versus the explosive player. So it could be quite fun to watch to see how they actually react to each other. But Reece will know full well Carl has been the player that's, been in form all week. He's had that high win percentage when he's won his group. And I was obviously the only player left in the field to have won 2 out of 2. So yeah, definitely he's the one to watch.
It's packed out here at the Live Lounge this evening. It's been a very, very good crowd, very loud crowd, very vibrant down, but also very respectful as well when it's come to the key moments.
Yeah, and that's really important because obviously, as a player, you want to give everyone the best of respect. You're coming here, you're paying to come and watch players, and you want them to be able to perform at their absolute best. Yes, we know you're there to support certain people, but very respectful. Haven't heard any shouting out or anything at all when anyone's been throwing.
And I think the best bit for them is it's a semi-final lineup where we have absolutely no idea.
Honestly, I feel like week in, week out now I'm saying the same thing. But the only thing I will say, based on what I've seen so far tonight, Carl is the one to watch. But we know that all the other players can definitely rise to the occasion.
And if it's not Reece Robinson, it's going to be another player, the 5th straight player in this Champions League that will be making it for the very first time.
Yeah, and I just think it's a testament to where darts is at the moment. I think it's in a really exciting place, and we're seeing new faces lift up the title. It really wouldn't surprise me if there is a new face lifting up the title. But saying that, Reece, we know what he can do as well.
Well, we'll look forward to the semi-finals in your company alongside Paul Nicholson in the commentary box. It's time for the semi-finals here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And we're going to kick off with a meeting between Kurt Parry and Ted Evetts.
One match dart.
Go!
Right in the middle. This time he finds the outer ring. Lovely dart. Takes double 16 as the choice. And Ted goes for double 16. And wins.
For Kurt Parry and Ted Evetts, the pair are 2 games away from winning their first ever week here at the Super Series in qualifying for a first Champions Week. Ted Evetts came close in the Specials Week. That was double trouble too. He led Robert Thornton 2-0 in that final before then losing it 3-2. Up against Kurt Parry, for which the semi-finals has been his hurdle in the past. In commentary, Laura Turner's made the trip over to the gantry to join Paul Nicholson.
Now who makes the final? Now that the groups are over, it gets a bit simpler to understand. It's knockout darts. Whoever wins, stays. Whoever loses, goes. These two, products of the development tour, which has been run today. Incredible performances by the likes of Bo Greaves and Charlie Manby. And Owen Bates, who won his first development tour title today. So, congratulations to Owen.
First leg, it's Kurt to throw first. Game on!
But now we turn our attention to 2 people over the age of 25 looking to do what's next for their career. Parry's choice to change darts tonight has so far paid off.
180!
Yeah, and that is the perfect start for Kurt Parry.
That's his second maximum of the night.
97.
That 12 darter he hit in that second game of his night.
43.
It's one of the best legs I've seen this year.
It just had so much context, didn't it? He's right up against it, needed the leg to win, wasn't really playing at his best either. And just fires in the 12 and secures himself not just a place in the semi-finals, but also guaranteed him top in the group.
He probably didn't even know that.
100.
But these two are really going to enjoy playing each other. The rhythm of the game suits them both. Kurt's a little bit quicker, but he doesn't mind a little bit of extra time at the back of the stage to compose. This is their 4th meeting of the week, and they haven't played
54.
since Wednesday. And they did get the same amount of wins in Group A, 11. It was only leg difference that separated them.
170.
First chance for a finish goes the way of Evetts and can't find the treble. You talk about their last meetings there, Paul, but that was quite a dramatic group, one that Ted led
96.
for the first couple of days.
37.
If he was going to be trumped by anybody, it was going to be Parry.
59. Ted, you require 74.
Expect things to be close in this game. Tops.
Game shown the first.
Sharp
leg.
as well.
Ted Evetts.
So far tonight, Evetts
Second leg, it's Ted to throw
is now
first.
better than 40% on of his doubles because he was 40% coming into this semi-final. He was 4 from 10. But all of his good stuff came in his first match. He didn't get a leg in his second
41.
game.
No, in that second game, had 4 darts at the outer ring, missed all 4.
140.
Could be group stages of 2 halves for Ted Evetts if he can find a way through to the final.
The 2 averages that Kurt Parry put in Group 1 tonight were separated by
100.
0.2 of a point. 86.67 and 86.47.
140.
I don't know if that kind of level will be good enough in this game, even with the throw.
No, I agree. I mean, he's averaging just over a ton. I know it's only the second leg, but already that's proven not enough so far in this match.
100.
If this game proves anything already, it's that advantages don't last long.
100.
In fact, the advantage of throw lasted 2 minutes and 11 seconds.
But Parry looking quite good in this leg to take the advantage back.
121.
You know what they say? It's only a break
if you can hold your own throat.
53.
Correct. Now, this is not a situation where Evetts is out of the leg. Because this can happen.
140.
If Parry misses,
68.
Evetts can double. Misses tops on this occasion, and Evetts is in here. Now, does he use the flat dart here on a 60 checkout? He has at points. He didn't do it this time.
$40. You require
He's displeased.
20.
And you can understand why. Is Parry sharp enough to break back? He is.
Game shown the second leg.
And just how smart is it that a lot of world-class dart players now are going for their double 10, but they're not going for the middle of it. They're actually going for the top third because they don't want to go anywhere near the 15s.
Yeah, it makes complete sense.
You think about certain doubles around the board.
45.
You can't get away from the jeopardy, which is left and right or up and down. You go for double 8. You've got 11s and 16s either side. You've got to go for the middle.
140.
But the thing about double 10 is, going south is trouble. Going slightly north,
99.
you hit the double 6, you've got double 4, you've got the single 6, it's double 7. You're better off going high double 10 than low double 10.
Yeah, absolutely. Same with 18s.
96.
Tend to go low, and 19s as well. Go to the right, because if you pull it into a double 3, you've got a much more favourable target waiting for you.
Now, if Kurt Parry starts to turn the screw in the 180 column, a lot of people in this arena are in trouble. Yes, he might have changed darts, but he can obviously still hit 180s. What is it about front-loaded darts that are so fashionable at the minute?
97.
Aspinall, you've got a lot to answer for.
I've still got those straight barrels, very much like Ted.
96. You require 80.
Another single. And a tops that is very shielded.
40.
I was waiting for the call from the referee. I had no idea whether that was in or out.
They're so long, you can't always tell from the angle of where the flight is.
Tops again.
30.
He's had a shot at it in every leg.
You require 40.
His top's going to tell the story.
It
may just do.
Kurt Parry.
Dave Wawrzewski is now in the crowd, watching on.
Full flag, it's Ted to throw first.
Some people leave when they're eliminated, some people stay. Wawrzewski's still here because he loves darts. Some people stay because they want to know what they've missed out on.
Yeah, and I think Dave is that type of person as well. You create quite good bonds and friendships when you're out in the back with the players for the whole week, and he probably wants to support on his fellow campmates that he's been with for the week.
Do you know what would be really interesting
60.
if we crank this up a notch and we make all the players stay in a house together like Big Brother? You have to be in the live lounge from Sunday night to the following Sunday night. You get the pre-tournament bug and then you get the post-tournament edginess. That would make for a really good 24/7 stuff.
Absolutely.
59.
Pretty good content with a fly-on-the-wall type documentary style of inside the player's house.
97.
We'd have to get Glenn back here to say that Kurt Parry's in the diary room.
I don't know, you're doing a pretty good job there.
We'll get Jamie Owens to do it.
85. Got your 129.
What happens next? Does Evetts equalise with the biggest finish of the night
51.
we've only had?
Teddy require 157.
1 ton plus finish so far, 135. Evetts has made a final.
You require
But it was a double
78.
trouble week. In a Super Series week, neither of these guys have made a final.
58.
Parry,
Ted,
if he'd
you
hit that, was
require
within one leg
24.
of the final.
More chances afforded to Ted Evetts. Different target for him this time. Can he work his way in?
No
Desperately
score.
close. You could hear the dart click the
Got you
wire.
require 20.
He can't believe it. But he will have to believe it.
Full flag. Kurt Parry.
3-1 Parry. This could be a
Flag, it's
huge
Kurt
night in
to
his
throw
career.
first. Game on.
You have to say for Ted, it's a very similar vein to his match against Wilson. He had chances in all 4 legs to take
100.
victory. He's had chances in these legs as well. This scoreline could be completely reversed, but Ted hasn't been able to take the chances he's been presented with. He's 1 from 7 on the outer ring, and I think that's what will
123.
disappoint him more than anything else.
Absolutely.
I think as players, you can take getting beaten, because it happens. It happens more times
60.
than not, to be fair. But it's when you've had those chances and it's you that's kind of let yourself down. That's what I always find difficult personally.
Well, that's what Michael Van Gerwen always says. If he misses, it's his fault. It's nobody else's.
94.
Not everybody subscribes to that.
140.
He inches closer. The story of Kurt Parry is not a short story.
140.
He doesn't have a darts manager. He doesn't have a whole host of sponsors.
55.
He's here
Ted, you require
based on merit.
144.
But whatever he wins, bankrolls the next thing he does.
Oh, yeah, and a wild attempt there by Ted Evetts. It's the same with a lot of
84.
players being self-funded.
require
It's very difficult
146.
sometimes to start out in the sport to get to the tournaments.
Absolutely right. But this is a chance. Doesn't get the second 57. He saw that dart wobble a little bit. He was
94.
unsure
Ted, you require 60.
as to whether he could hit it. It's tops again. Sandwich time.
20.
Forgot the jam.
Kurt, you require 52.
To get to his first final at the MODUS Super Series.
12.
That was just as close as
you
Ted Evetts'
require
double 12.
40.
Yeah, 2 match starts come and gone for Kurt Parry. And can Ted Evetts find tops? Now 10s to keep the match alive.
Go,
10
go
is
on the
found.
fifth leg.
Ted Evetts
Ted
is now
Evetts.
within 1. And he's got the advantage to throw. This game could turn around very, very quickly.
Sixth leg, it's Ted to throw first. Game on.
We shouldn't be surprised by this. Half of the group games were 4-3.
$53.
Considering what Kurt has done in his career, 1 development tour title back in 2013.
58.
Semi-final in a World Youth Championship. A tournament that would be won by Evetts years later. But then again, Parry has been the
100.
champion of champions. And that tournament has a list of winners that have pretty much all
43.
gone on to do something, including the week 1 winner, Alex Small. Other winners like Paul Hogan, Gedwin Price, Jonathan Clayton.
Yeah, it's a pretty exclusive list when you reel them off.
And Ryan Searle.
Yeah.
140.
Are we going the distance yet again? If this night keeps going this way, everybody will need a lie down.
$58.
Not a disaster for Ted. But he could be under some pressure here from Kurt Parry.
140.
He wanted the max so
Ted, you require
badly.
110.
It would have taken him under 100. Can he get treble 18? Double 18. Oh, that really had a look.
Kurt, you require 120.
It ran out of steam. And Parry, who's missed tops twice already, doesn't get another shot.
Yeah, perhaps he can do that. Pulls it into the 5, but Ted Evetts a real
require
chance here. He
18.
has had troubles on the outer ring.
It's just like double 12, isn't it? Just a little lower. That is a nightmare. If he could, he would like to take that dart out of the board, but he's not allowed to. Again, in the northwest corner, he has a
Kurt,
double
you require
surrounded.
75.
And Parry comes back. But under this pressure, this is not simple. Tops again.
35.
3 darts
Ted, you require
to win this semi-final over 2 legs.
As we say, make sure of that single number over for double 4.
Game
This time double 4 is pinned.
Ted
We
Evetts.
have a level game. We've got a 1-leg shootout for a place in the final.
7th and final leg, it's Kurt to throw first. Game on.
2 of the nicest guys you could ever hope to meet, but now they've got to be mean.
139.
What is it they say on Top Gun? There are no prizes for second place.
60.
I mean, here there is a prize, but I get the meaning.
It doesn't feel like it. But when the pressure is on,
180.
Kurt Parry has deeper pockets. That 12 darter that he hit earlier on against Reese Robinson.
60.
He's at it again.
Yeah, this match seen him go 139, 180.
140.
This is exceptional stuff from Kurt Parry.
He might go 1 better and get an 11. This is what you were talking about, Laura.
100. Kurt, you require 40.
If Kurt hits this, all Ted can do is say, "You beat me." It's double 8. And he has got to the final. Yet again, in a one-leg situation, Kurt Parry finds his best darts. A second 12-darter on the night. One of them won him his group and got him through. The other one got him into the final. When the pressure's on, Kurt can deliver. And again, Ted Evetts falls short of a final. But he gave everything he had. On this occasion, it wasn't enough. And now we have to find out who Kurt plays in the final. Carl Wilson will be up against Reece Robinson, and you don't want to miss that after the break.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Kurt Parry got the better of Ted Evetts and a last leg decider 4-3. And so he's the first player to book his place into tonight's final, where he'll take on either Carl Wilson or Reece Robinson. For Kurt, it's the first final here at the Live Lounge in Porto after a few semi-final disappointments in the past. And if it's not Reece Robinson, we are guaranteed a fifth different first-time name through to Champions Week here in Series 10. Reece Robinson now is the only winner left in the field. He takes on Carl Wilson, who's playing in his second consecutive semi-final here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Let battle commence in semi-final number 2.
Carl Wilson is in the semi-finals.
Carl Wilson tops the target, tops his pin.
right in the corner. And Reece Robinson is through.
We give Reece Robinson a lot of labels, but maybe glorified winner is not one that we do give him. And he is one of the most experienced campaigners now in terms of winning Super Series titles. And he could be on the course of winning a third one here at the Live Lounge this evening. But standing in his way is not just Carl Wilson, but the army of fans that will be following him this evening. In commentary, Laura Turner and Paul Nicholson.
You're not wrong, because this man has actually started to gain fans tonight, because the Wazzy crowd are now behind him as well. Which, let's face it, when you put Wilson's clan and Wazzy's clan together, that's about 90% of the room. However, Wilson is the person on the chopping block. He is the person who has won both of his games tonight. He is playing the best darts, averaging 90.22 for the night with 8 out of 15 on the doubles for 53%.
First leg, it's Cole to throw first. Game on!
Who plays Parry in the final? This meeting is their first of the week, because Robinson was in Group B, Wilson was in Group C, and the first time they butt heads is on Saturday night about 10:30. So they may not know a great deal about each other.
I imagine the one thing that Reece Robinson will be more than aware of is the way that Carl Wilson has played so far this week. And for Carl Wilson, he'll know that Reece Robinson is a former champion.
121.
And he wants to be called a champion. I think everybody knows because of social media.
83.
And every individual dart player's account that's out there saying, I've just won such and such. Everybody knows that Carl won recently in Aylesbury. Some of those fields are ridiculous. You have to win more games to win an ADC title like that than on the Pro Tour. You have to win 8 games, not 7.
98.
Yeah, when you look at the actual people in the field as well, it's there are some big names that come to the ADC events.
64.
They're both going to be on a finish now.
140.
Which one would you rather have?
138.
138 throwing first? Or would you rather have the slightly easier one throwing second?
Oh, I think I'd still take throwing first for a finish over that perilous weight.
Well, the weight is over. Is the leg over? It might be.
97.
He wasn't worried that that dart was going to fall on the floor. So good. He's inspired tonight. And he looks so focused. He's in a bubble right now. If you started blaring AC/DC in the Live Lounge, he'd still be looking at his shoes.
100.
And I think that sometimes, you know, we talk about it, it's different players, they approach the game very differently. For me, you know, this is becoming new territory once again for Carl Wilson. So it's great to see him up there, considering he's got such a fanfare in the, you know, all of the audience. They're all behind him. It's great to see that much focus.
100.
You've been at Lakeside when you've had supporters in the audience. Can you hear them? Or can you hear individual noises?
No, I generally think, unless it's very quiet, and there are sometimes moments where you can hear individuals, if you're fully engrossed and focused on the game, you don't hear anything. And I think that's where you need to be.
100.
I concur. This place has quite a high ceiling, but it's quite thin. The acoustics swirl.
59. Richard 161.
It is a little bit like the Circus Tavern. Just a tiny bit smaller.
81.
Yeah, good last there from Reece Robinson.
The man who hits 3 tops for 120 more than anybody else
58. Ratio require 80.
will have the temptation of going 2 for tops. He believes he's more likely to hit it that way.
Carly require 152.
But the jury's out.
It's just that risk, isn't it? Especially on something like 80, where 2 single 20s will guarantee you a dart to win the leg.
81. Ratio require 40.
Just 1. And 1 he gets.
On the second leg, Reece Robinson.
I have another theory about it, which I don't know how you're going to feel about this one, Laura, but I'd like to get your opinion.
Game on.
Carl was on 152, which is a really hard out. Reece is on 80. He goes for 2 double tops with 3 darts.
45.
He misses it high with the first one. Then it looked like he went for 2 singles. If you think about it that way, he can't bust it unless he has a horror third
75.
dart.
No, but I guess the alternative, I know the way that Reece is thinking when it comes to the tops target, but if you're going to do that, just do the 2 singles first and still guarantee yourself a
44.
dart tops.
Excellent point. His arm looks more rigid in this semi-final. His rhythm looks better. Has he shaken off the cobwebs and the rustiness at just the right time? He'll be hoping so when he's seeing his opponent do that. Carl is averaging exactly 90. And this is becoming very common. In fact, it's quite surprising it's not a little higher.
100.
Yeah, I'll see his average creep up slightly.
And that's what great players can do. They can start well, but they will get better as the game goes on and that average starts ticking in the right direction. And what would you do here? Ask yourself this. Would you go bull first on 132 with your opponent on 160?
I would, yeah, but I love
64.
that
We should
route
require
for 132.
160.
It obviously it gives you options, and with your opponent on a finish, I still always think you don't want to be that person, that player that
56.
decides
Carly
to go,
requires
I don't know,
68.
not go for the ball or something, and then they take out a big finish.
Tops again.
48. We should require 104.
Oh, the stress of it all. It's really hard to watch. It's easier to play. But 48 is needed for a shot at tops himself.
48. Carly required 20.
For the halfway point in this semi. Has that kicked over a little bit left? He had to move on the oche for that one.
We should require 56.
That was a very difficult second. An even more difficult third. And Robinson can steal.
Game show on the third leg.
He enjoyed that one.
Reece Robinson.
That was like a baseball play. He catches the ball, throws it to first base, and he gets a 2 out.
Game on.
And now he's got the break of throw.
As you mentioned, it would have felt like a bit of a steal.
89.
Disappointing for Carl. He was clean on his first finish and couldn't replicate on the second. But I do think that kickback, as you mentioned, just blocking the target made it very awkward.
With his style, he is going to get a few darts that maybe land a little differently.
140.
It's a very individual grip that he has. This is equalising his best run in a Super Series week. Parry's already broken new ground. Reece Robinson is saying to both Wilson and Parry right now, I've been here, I've done this before. I want it again.
Well, as the game progresses and as things go on, for me at the moment, it's Reece Robinson that's looking the most likely. He's really upped it from the group stages.
94.
It happens a lot, doesn't it? You don't have to win your group during the week. You don't have to win your group on a Saturday night, but you can still be the last person standing.
140. We should require 50.
It's all about timing. And it's double 16. Fabulous dart.
On the foreplay.
And that angle
Reece
proves
Robinson.
that he didn't necessarily have to hit the dart to get it in. He could keep it at the same level. He just had to go right by about 1.5 centimeters. Wilson now needs 3 straight to break new ground, just like Parry.
85.
Oh, Wilson in that second group game against Jamie Owens, he was pushed. It was a result that was 4-3. Did go the way of Wilson. However, he did have to come from behind as well.
Whoa!
But Reece Robinson is going to make that very, very difficult. What a way to start off a leg, which would see you through to the final.
96.
There might be something floating around Reece at the minute.
41.
He might be thinking what Henry told him earlier is something I really want. I want to be a 3-time weekly winner. There are some great names on that list.
96.
And throughout 2025, there are going to be people coming back here wanting to become the winningest weekly champion. People like Harrison and West and Duff.
140.
Robinson wants to be in that conversation.
He's put himself in prime position to do so. We'll be back first to go for a finish, and it will be for the match.
60. We should require 140.
He's a huge favourite now to get this done. Maybe even right now.
120.
Sometimes you need something heroic to stay in a week. His expression doesn't change, but inside his gut right now, he's thinking,
we should require 20.
This might be the end. Double 5 gives Reece Robinson yet another final. And Wilson's quest for a Super Series weekly win will have to wait for now. Our final in week 5 will be Kurt Parry and Reece Robinson, who is still on a quest for title number 3. And just when he needed to find his better stuff, Robinson turned up and won it by 3 legs. The final is not far away.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen.
champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
Time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Ledlow.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, Rhys Robinson got the better of Carl Wilson by 4 legs to 1, which means we've got a semi-final between Kurt Parry of Wales and Rhys Robinson of England. For Rhys, he could pick up a 3rd Super Series title tonight. For Kurt Parry, he could join that Champions Week list, that Champions Week Roll of Honour, of which all of them have picked up first weekly titles. The asset Paul Nicholson joins me here in the studio to assess the 2 semi-finals that we've seen this evening. We'll go back to the first one between Kurt Parry and Ted Evetts. As far as Ted's concerned, he found himself behind, persevered, got himself back in proceedings, but it was Kurt that was able to hold his nerve in the end.
Yeah, that's been the key for Kurt's night, hasn't it? Because when he was in a one-leg situation in game 2 of the night, in Group 1, he found the 12 darter, which I said at the time was the best leg of the week. Because if he loses that leg, bye-bye birdie. And to just show that it wasn't a fluke, he was able to find another 12 darter in a one-leg shootout in the semi-finals. So nobody can walk up to Kurt Parry and say, you can't find it when the pressure's on. He's proven it twice tonight already.
And now overcoming a hurdle, which has been one of his for a while, getting through that semi-final.
Yeah, he's seen other Welsh players like John Worsley win weekly titles. He's seen Justin Smith win. He wants to join that group. But first, you've got to make it to the last game of the week. And one thing we've learned already about Kurt is that when the pressure's on, he can display. He has won the Champion of Champions, which was only best of 3 in the final, best of 3 legs. So now is just another chance to add something else to his CV, and he will want it badly.
In terms of the second semi-final, I said in the introduction that we say a lot of things about Rhys Robinson, but we don't actually talk about his experience and his experience of winning in this building. It looked like he showed that in that semi-final against Carl.
Most definitely, because earlier in the night, I was convinced that he wasn't going to make it to the semi-finals. We'll probably talk in future weeks about this Saturday night being one of the most dramatic we've ever seen without a 9-dart shootout. But it just goes to show that when you make it to the semi-finals, and Laura said this in commentary, you tend to let things just come down a little bit and you go into a knockout mentality. And Rhys is obviously more adept to that than the serial game-on-game situation during the week and on Saturday at the start.
Did it feel like a game too far for Carl Wilson?
No, I don't think so. I think at the start of that semi, he looked like the better player, averaging 90 after a couple of legs. He looked pretty comfortable, but missing a couple of key shots, including that double 10, which I'm sure kicked over a little bit, just obscuring the target. That's where things turned, because when Robinson got the lead, he didn't relinquish it.
So, Carl Wilson out of the equation. Our final is now set. It's Kurt Parry against Rhys Robinson. That will kick off in around about 5 minutes' time. But before we look ahead to the final, let's have a look ahead as to what's happening for Monday morning.
Double 12. It is a dream leg for the American Leonard Gates.
Spectacular from Gemma Hayter.
Third leg.
But this is for the match. That's for the win. Oh, it's beautiful from Martin Thomas.
Oh, he gets it this time. That's absolutely majestic.
Probably a bad time to make that point, wasn't it?
Vuvuzelas at the ready come Monday morning because Peter Wachuri is going to be here at the Super Series making his debut, the Kenyan. Colin Osborne's going to return for another appearance. Leonard Gates is looking to get over his disappointment at the World Seniors Championship today on Monday. And as well as that, we're going to see Gemma Hayter in Group B, Martin Thomas in Group C, a player that regularly makes it through to the Saturday night setup here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. But come on, Nico, it's all about Peter Wachuri, isn't he? He is a folk hero of this game now.
Yeah, it's a great story because we want to help African dart players have something to shoot for. It's not just playing for South Africa in the PDC World Cup and maybe getting to the World Championship. There've got to be other opportunities. And to have a Kenyan player coming through into this place for the first time, it's history making. We want Peter to come here. We want him to succeed and to go home and tell people what this experience is like. When we had Hilton Klein here from Botswana, he was so grateful for the opportunity. He was so friendly as well. By the end of the week, I know Group A didn't go his way, but by the end of Group C, he was a contender. He was really starting to get it. It might be a difficult thing for Peter to grasp on Monday or Tuesday or Wednesday, but this is the next step for him to figure out where he goes.
And there's players in there like Nolan van Leuven, you've got Gemma Hayter, Scott Campbell, players that we know have got ability, but will be looking to break the barriers in this particular building.
Yeah, don't forget about Barry Copeland. I'm a big fan of Barry. I think the way he plays the game, he's got so much passion, but he can measure it. And I loved his battles with Steve West the last time he was here. They were very watchable, but there are so many different dynamics with week 6 that you cannot miss it, because with Nolan coming back, and you mentioned Campbell, he had a really good weekend last week in the Scottish Open, so he might be in good form coming into this. And he's got a bit of a score to settle as well.
Monday morning, 9:30 on Pluto TV. You may see there's some players on the stage behind us here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth because the final is about to get underway. It's Reece Robinson up against Kurt Parry. What do you think is going to be the settling factor in that particular contest?
If you can grab a maximum early, that'll settle the nerves a bit, but it's always about getting that first double. Make sure that after 2 legs, you are in the final. Don't go 2-0 down, because then the heart's going to pump a little bit more. You're thinking, well, I've got to win this next leg. But if you want to trade blows, be okay with it, because these two can. This could be backwards and forwards for 7 straight legs, and that's what I expect.
Should be good fun, which means the talking for me is done. You've got to do some more talking with Lord Turner in the commentary box. It's time for the final here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. If Reece Robinson wins, he's going to join an elite club of players that have won 3 times here at the Super Series. Whilst if it's success for Kurt Parry, we're going to have 5 different debutants into Champions Week come April.
He can't believe it, but he will have to believe it. And he has got to the final. Might be the end. Double 5.
Well, the crowds are waiting with bated breath ahead of this final as Kurt Parry takes on Reece Robinson for the right to call themselves a Champions Week player come April. Reece Robinson's been here a couple of times. He's looking to make it a hat-trick of wins here up against Kurt Parry, a player who has been constantly knocking on the door. But is tonight the night he finally seals success, or is it going to be Reece who gets the W? Into the commentary box then, and to Paul Nicholson and Laura Turner for the last time this evening.
Yeah, thank you very much, Henry. Yep. We've had so many games, so many players here this week, and it all comes down to these two, Reece Robinson and Kurt Parry. And as Henry was saying, that Reece Robinson is a 2-time winner here at the Super Series, and this is new territory for Kurt Parry. We've already had 4 different winners of weeks 1 to 4 here in this series. Will Kurt Parry be able to join them as another new weekly champion, or will it be Reece Robinson? I don't know what you think, Paul, but what I saw in that last match from Reece Robinson, that was much more what we're used to seeing from. He looks like he does want that 3rd title.
Yeah, that was the good version of Reece Robinson.
60.
We've seen the erratic tonight. Now he just wants to reproduce what he did in that semi-final. And his route to the
56.
final via the first knockout match of his night was more comfortable than that of Parry.
95.
£5,000 if you win this match, on top of what you've yielded from your group positions during the week.
121.
And for someone like these finalists who are self-funded dart players,
100.
£5,000 is a lot of money. It could indeed fund the rest of the year.
Yeah, absolutely. It's difficult for players, especially as you say, when you are self-funded, you're travelling around and you kind of don't know where the next winning check's coming from. So as you said, this is massive for both these guys. And not just what you pick up here, but that potential, that position that you will take up in Champions Week in April. That's huge.
Double 16.
74. Reece require 107.
Oh, this would be some settler. Well, this position that Kurt finds himself in now, it's one of
54.
Get it hit
Require 32.
and feel good. Don't feel unsure.
Game show on the first.
Well done.
Kurt Parry.
Because if you miss 3 darts at double there, totaling 4 misses in the first leg,
Second leg is
you
Reece
start
to
with
throw first.
uncertainty.
Game on.
And he hasn't.
Now, you were saying it in your chat with Henry, aren't you? It's all about just getting rid of any niggling doubt. You just want to be assured. You want to keep yourself in the final. Now that challenge comes
81.
down to Reece Robinson, because in a race to 4, you can get cut adrift very quickly.
87.
I know he's got a lot of nicknames. We call him Sugar. The human highlight reel.
92.
Mr. Must See. This week, he's inherited Mr. Can't Miss Him.
60.
If he wins this final, I'm going to give him another nickname. Reece Winterspoon.
I like that one. That's my
39.
favourite out of all of them.
But you get more than a spoon if you win. You get a medal. And you get your hands on the trophy. And a chance to win 5 times as much money
57.
at the end of April.
To be fair, if it does go the way of Kurt Parry, you can still make that work, because he could be Reece Witherspoon because he's second place.
60.
I'm loving this idea from you.
What have we opened up here?
$56.
Parry might like this situation. He's going to love this.
126.
More dart players now are looking at that 162 with 3 treble 18s, and they're adding a double to that number to figure out how they can leave something like 36 or tops
85.
or 32.
Kurt, you require 68.
But this is a chance to double the lead on 32. Oh, it went further away.
Reece require 91.
Yeah, just hit the wrong side of the barrel, deflected out. So a chance here for a 1 apiece with Reece Robinson. That is a great first start. Tops the target. We know he likes tops and pins that perfectly.
Reece Robinson.
Very, very sweet.
Third leg,
When he's in this kind of form, you just can't leave him on tops.
It's almost like they were listening to your kind of pre-final chat with Henry, because you were like, don't get cut adrift, make sure of your doubles, especially from the outset. Both have been very good so far.
88.
That's an interesting play. Using the 17s as a cover is usually a 1-dot cover
95.
shot, not a 2-dot cover shot. That's usually reserved for the 19s and the 18s.
55.
People have accused Reese of being enigmatic, but enigmatic dart players are usually very deep thinkers.
139.
Brilliant. Great thinking. This game is actually turning into a bit of a lesson for people in how to get from 501 to 0.
167.
Yeah, players are thinking it from the very first start now, and board management is such an important element of the game.
How crucial is it going to be that Kurt Parry won the bullseye? One time from 104
45.
games in the week
So it requires
do we have
67.
a bull-off in the practice room, and it's before this game. Tops.
27.
He's getting shots.
But you get the feeling he obviously missed a handful of darts at the outer ring in that opening leg. You get the feeling that
81.
At one point, Reese Robinson will not be that far behind. He can't keep missing.
Can we have
more
all
misses.
phones on silent, please?
And now double 5 is the target.
99.
And things
So you require 10.
are getting edgy. Well, this is what this game can be all about.
Reese,
If
you
you start
require
missing,
76.
it's really hard to stop.
Yeah, now a real chance here for Reese Robinson. Tops the target once again.
What did we see? You can't leave him on tops.
Game shot on the third leg. Reese Robinson.
Death, taxes and tops. 3 guarantees in life
Fourth leg, it's
when it
Reese
comes to
throw
Reese
first.
Robinson.
Game on.
You can kind of just see Kurt Parry in the background there. He's shaking his head because he had more than enough chances at the outer ring to hold his throw, to go 2-1 in front.
45.
Sometimes statistics lie. This one doesn't.
180.
But does it turn Kurt Parry into a wildcat?
Well, if you're going to respond from disappointment of missing a dart double and allowing your
128.
opponent to nick a leg, a 180 is not a bad way to make amends.
85.
You would like nothing more than to join Alex Small, the wild card, into Champions Week.
100.
But the invitations to Champions Week, they have to be grabbed. They're not given.
85.
Bit like climbing the beanstalk. You don't know what's at the top until you climb it. Great switch.
128.
Using the board all over the place.
91.
Does
Reese
Robinson
100.
use tops effectively again? He's 2 from 2 on it. Here we go again. It's unbelievable on tops. Just call him the cherry because he's putting the cherry on tops.
Fifth leg, it's Kurt to throw first.
3 from 3 on the
Game
outer
on.
ring, but it's 4 from 4 when it comes to hitting that tops target. And you mentioned it earlier, we've yet to see someone in the winners
55.
enclosure this series that's come from Group A. Kurt Parry was the winner of Group A. It's looking at the moment more and more likely that that is a trend that is going to continue.
100.
Now those misses in leg 3 are magnified.
But it's just one break of
58.
throw, but that one break of throw, as you say, just allows now Reese to be from just one leg within not just the match now, but the entire weekly win.
128.
How good is that cover? He's done that twice in the last 4 visits. His last 4 visits are 128 with 2 treble 18s, a ton out with 2 tops, a ton and another 128. Here he goes again.
128.
That's 6 treble 18s in a row.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant stuff from Reece Robinson.
60. Reach for 145.
Kurt thinks this is done. If it is done,
58.
This one's going to hurt a bit. He was in control of the match after 2 legs.
100.
Robinson
Reach
has now
require
missed
87.
treble 18. Surely he's going to go 20 bull or treble for 5s. It is the bull for title number 3.
46.
Yeah, that expression tells you everything you need to know. Wild attempt, and he was only just in the 20 to leave the ball.
How ironic that it's 128 to stay in this final.
118.
He's had 14 darts at a double
41.
and only hit the 1. Robinson gets another chance.
Game
2 titles are lovely,
and the
but
week
3
MODUS
are sugar sweet.
Super Series champion, Reece Robinson.
The first person into Champions Week in Series 10 that's already been there before. He joins Matt Clark, Daryl Pilgrim, Tom Sykes, and Jimmy Van Schie, an exclusive club of players who have got 3 weekly titles. Mr. Must-See, you can't miss him, and he barely missed a double. In fact, he didn't miss tops in that final. Extraordinary stuff. Only low 80s averages, but this whole thing over the last 5 legs was about the checkout percentage. He missed only 1 double in the whole thing. 80%, but that tells you not the whole story. Reece Robinson is your Week 5 winner in Series 10, and he very much deserves it.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for the presentation. Would you please show your appreciation and your support for the Week 5 MODUS Super Series champion? It's Reece Robinson! One more time, ladies and gentlemen, your winner, Reece Robinson!
He enjoyed that, didn't he, Reece Robinson? That's his 3rd title here at the Super Series, and he's most certainly enjoying his time here at the Live Lounge. 3 times is the charm for Sugar Reece Robinson at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. We're going to hear from the man from Hull who's taken in the adulation of everybody in the auditorium. Handshakes all round. He's going to join us for a quick chat after the break.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage, approaching the hockey with a chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone. I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires 79.
This is it. It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire body into that one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy. Couldn't get the job done.
And the match! And the Red Dragon
George
MODUS
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Reece Robinson has bagged a hat-trick of Champions Week appearances. He got the better of Kurt Parry by 4 legs to 1 in the final. And so he's going to be the first player through to Champions Week that's actually ever been there before. And he has done it for a 3rd time. He joins myself and Lord Turner here in the studio to talk all about his success tonight. Reece, many congratulations. As soon as you got out the group phase, they looked like a real focus, but you thought you went out in the groups, didn't you?
Yeah, I was told it was 4-2. I needed to win 4-2, so I missed the shot, E3. I thought, I'm out. I left double A. I threw at it, and I just relaxed. Missed, and I hit the double A, come off, I shook his hand. We're both walking off, and we spoke to each other. I said, I'm out. And he said, I'm out. And I was like, we can't both be out. We realised we're both through, and then the other lad in our group's out. And I was like, what's going on here then? You know, it was a bit bizarre. But then in my head, I thought, this is what happens to people that win the group. You might have thought you was out, and I thought, I'm having it now.
I've heard of many permutations over the years, Lord, but I've never heard of 2 players that went out then meet in the final.
No, I don't think I have either. I mean, you know, it is difficult sometimes to know. You know, we have people that can kind of help inform us of what the permutations are, but I guess you don't necessarily always have that in your ears.
You're not fully counting. You're just sort of going with emotions, and you obviously in a positive mentality where you think, if I beat these guys, both of them, I'm going to go through. And then when it comes down to legs, you haven't been working it out, and you just think, am I throwing? And I was like, yeah. And I went, oh, nice one.
And then from that point onwards, there felt like a real focus about the way you played, particularly in that final. There was as if there was a feeling of there was no stopping you in that match.
Well, I was using a different set of points, slightly longer in the first game, and I played with them all week, and I just didn't feel right. And I said, I'm going to go get some of these points. I went to get them, I couldn't find them. And then Ted said, oh, get me that out the bottom of your bag. I had a look at the bottom of the bag, I had 3 of them. Sat in the bottom of my bag that I didn't know. So I put them in after I'd played my first game, and I just felt good. I felt comfortable, and then after that happened, and it seemed to be working. Week 5, 5's my lucky number. It just seemed to, I don't know, you're a dart player, aren't you? So you clutch at anything that makes you feel good. You have to just search for something, and then everything seemed to just keep, even then he kept missing. And I thought, he's played miles better than me here. And I just got in there. I thought, don't give me a shot at a double, because I will hit it. I just thought that in my head, yeah.
And you were clinical in that department. We spoke earlier on about the fun of the 3 tops, but it was the 2 tops on the back of the ton, which really was the turning point in that game, wasn't it?
I could have thrown that second tops after the first one. I could have bounced it off the roof. I knew it was going in because the marker was that good. I could have done it under Kobe. I could have done that.
I like that. That's going to be your next trick shot, isn't it? I mean, we know that you like.
I've been practicing that one out. I've been joking. Kobe.
Other trick shots are available. What does this mean to you, Reece? What does winning this again mean to you? Because you've had so much success here. It's the 3rd time you've won it, the 3rd time you're now going to be through to Champions League. This place has been so good to you, and this place is somewhere you've been so successful in.
Yeah, it means a lot more than people would know. That it means loads to me, this place, because when you're a semi-okay dart player and you're on the tour, you're not probably earning that much money. But here's just, I've been winning stuff and doing well. I always get to the Saturday, and then to win it, it might only be £5,000, but it's life-changing money for me. I'm really happy with what I've done this week. You know, yeah, I was really focused this week, and just you mentioned it on Thursday when you spoke to me. You said, "Oh, Reece, look focused, more focused." And I really wanted it.
Is that something you've been working on? The focus.
Yeah. Sometimes I get a little bit daft and go for Kobe and that. You know what I mean? Sometimes I do silly stuff and I don't know why. I think it's a nervous thing. I'm nervous and I might do something a little bit silly, and I don't know. We're all different human beings and deal with stuff in different ways.
And what a kickstart this is for a season. We mentioned it a few times in the series. This is the first series of 2025. In terms of a springboard for the season ahead, we saw what it did for a few players last year in terms of Connor Scott in particular that had success, and then he did great stuff on the Challenge Tour and the Pro Tour. This could be a real springboard for players like Reece for the year ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. I just think the opportunity, I've quite often said it, you know, when I was starting out, when I was playing, you didn't have that many chances of playing in front of the TVs, and and you get the crowd in on the Saturday, and it was a great crowd here tonight as well. And then obviously you have the financial side of things as well. So the combination of everything, the exposure, getting that winning feeling, playing here at the Super Series, I just think, you mentioned all the successes, I just think it's a great platform for players at any kind of place they are in their career. I don't know if you feel the same.
Exactly the same, yeah. Maybe before you might get a little sniff at a little stage here and there, maybe, but now you're getting a lot of options to come here, and not the financial side, just playing these players in a stage environment, and sometimes it doesn't matter if the fans are here. You know people are watching. You'll get messages, friends, family. I've had messages off people who I went to school with who didn't even like darts, asking me, "Oh, I didn't know you played darts." I've played for 20 years, you know. It's growing that much that you have to grasp it with 2 hands here. And I'm on 3-time anyway.
Mr. Frita. I'll tell you what, I'm going to tell you the elite bracket that you've joined tonight, because you've got some big names that you're going to join in that list. Tom Sykes, Jimmy Van Schie, Darryl Pilgrim, Matt Clark, they've all won it 3 times before. Andreas Harrison's won it 4 times. Andy Bolton as well won it 3 times. Andreas Harrison 4 times. Neil Dove 4 times, Steve West 5 times. You're now in that elite bracket of
I'm on top of that one, aren't I? The names you just read out, they're not on my patch, pal. Don't worry about that.
But that must give you a sense of pride that, we've seen a lot of players through these doors. I mean, the world champion played here just a couple of years ago. But the fact is you're in that bracket with the best players I've ever played in this tournament.
Yeah, the jokes and stuff is funny, but when you go home and sit down and think, I can do it. I can do it with the top boys, and winning these is hard work. Look at the players tonight. Ted Evetts. We said about Ted, it was like he's an elite player. He was playing on the tour for years, and we're like, if I could get past him, and I just think, well, why not? I'm better than him. I'll win it here. Darts breeds confidence when you're winning.
Would you like to see the moment you lifted the trophy?
Not really, but go on then.
You know I was going to anyway, didn't you? Right, monitor's just down there. And I tell you what, you enjoyed this bit, didn't you? I suppose this is kind of the release, isn't it, after all the stress of the week?
Yeah. I haven't even thought about that, to be honest. I won't lie to you. I've never thought about winning it. I kept thinking, this sounds silly now, I thought about winning it, but not winning it, if that makes sense. I just thought about getting the job done. Don't care about lifting that trophy. Don't care about anything else. Just keep winning leagues, and then that's why I... Idiot. Just to get the job done. Like, even on Thursday, Friday, there was all talk, and I just kept thinking in my head, if I play well, I'll win this, no matter what. It don't matter. Even if for second, third, I thought, get the job done, get out that Group B. As soon as I'm on on finals night, I'm the winner. Do you know what I mean? And a little bit arrogant, but yeah, I wanted it.
Yeah, but I think you need sometimes that. People say confuse arrogance and confidence, I think, sometimes. And as a player, you need the confidence. So I think maybe to start off with, you didn't quite look as settled into the evening as what we were used to seeing. But as soon as you got into that semi-final, it was like something had switched.
Yeah, I switched them points up with that. They just weren't kicking, mate. And I thought, well, watch when I put these ones in them. But no, it's hard to put into words, but I'm really happy with what I've done.
We'll have another quick chat in a second. Me and Laura, just for a second, going to talk about you, if that's okay.
Do you want me to stand there?
Would be nice. We'll watch back we're going to watch back the moment that he won it. And we mentioned right from the start, there was a real element of control and a real element of focus. But you saw when that dart went in, the release of everything.
Yeah, but I think that's what you need, the focus and you need the control, because if especially like Reece, you're an exuberant player, then it's quite hard. You do bottle it up slightly, and then, like you say, there's so much effort, so much energy, so much work that you put into winning these matches that it's a combination of things that must expel at the same time. It's relief. It's like, yes, I've done it. I've got across the line. There's so many emotions that come through, and it just normally comes out in some great big kind of yell or cheer or expression. But you see it with a lot of players, and yeah, it just shows how much it means as well.
Hopping up and down.
No, I'll be honest. My 3-year-old daughter, I said, what shall I do if Daddy wins it? She said, do this. Yeah. And I said, yeah.
I'll tell you what, can I get you quickly? There's just a camera there. We're going to cut back to you in a second. If I'll just cut back to you just a second. There's a camera just in the middle there. We're just going to wait for... There you go. There's a camera just in the middle there. What's the celebration?
No, she asked for that one, yeah. That's all she wanted.
In terms of the Champions Week lineup, Laura, we mentioned last time we spoke together that it was open for interpretation because the three players that haven't won before. We've now seen Shane McGirt, the WDF World Champion, enter the mix. Reece Robertson now into Champions Week. You've got 3 players that we know are capable players making their days. But we've also now got that added mix of players that have proven themselves to win big titles, whether it be here or elsewhere.
Yeah, and it's really starting to take shape now, isn't it? As you say, Reece is the first one in that actually has picked up weekly title before, so he's got the experience, and I imagine Reece will really fancy and relish the opportunity coming back here in April as well. But yeah, you've got some unknown quantities in terms when it comes to Champions Week. So it's a real interesting lineup, and I think the way it stands at the moment, all those players in there are going to really want to get their hands on that Champions Week title as well, and perhaps relish the opportunity. But it'll be interesting to see who joins them in the following weeks as well.
Champions Week has been a good place for yourself, Reece, in terms of every single time you've got there, you've got to the Champions Night. But is there a little bit of you that's thinking, I've got the £5,000 trophy, I've got that a few times, but now I want to swap the little trophy for the big trophy in a few weeks?
Most definitely. The 2 players who I feel like I've lost to and cost me the Champions Week, Luke Littler, Bo Greaves. They're not bad, are they?
Yeah.
They're not bad, are they? And I've just missed out by in the group, but I did fancy it on the night, and then you just think, if they're playing here, then you know what the standards are like, and you can't really argue with stuff like that. Do you know what I mean? But I feel like one of them should be man. One of them is man.
Just finally, is the lucky shirt there to stay?
Yeah, I might even get a few of them. Mad colours. I don't know. Like, this was from my daughter. I said, "What shirt do you want?" She's 3. Yellow, Daddy. Yeah, I said, yeah, go on then. But I wanted it similar to my flight, so this is yellow, apparently.
Fluorescent Adolescent, and that is a fantastic shirt. Reese, many congratulations on your win. Laura, thank you for your company. It's been great fun. Do you know what? Genuinely, I don't think we've ever had as much fun and as many laughs in a post-show interview before. So thank you, Reese, for that. Thank you, Laura, as well. Thank you for your company as well here on this Saturday night at the Super Series. Remember, we're back on Monday morning from 9:30 a.m. to see how Week 6 is going to get underway, and get your vuvuzelas at the ready because Peter Achuri is going to be here. Coming up after the break, we're going to have the latest edition of the Tungsten Talk series. But as far as we're concerned here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, well, it was a night littered with drama. We didn't quite know who was going to make it through in the end, but I suppose we should have known better, shouldn't we? The human highlight reel, Mr. Must See, is the man that conquers all here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Rhys Robertson makes it a perfect hat trick. We'll see you on Monday. Bye for now.
To win the first game of the night, it's 68 again. One match start. Right in the middle.
He doesn't like it, does he, Ted, with the angle?
Ted goes for double 16 and wins. Double 10. Combinations have been really good. Right in the corner. It's going to get loud.
Yeah, hit it, he does.
Carl Wilson is in the semi-finals after one game played. Double 16. Exceptional.
88.
And Rhys Robinson is through.
Good marker for Jamie. Top's now the target. Carl Wilson. Top's the target. Tops is pinned.
Carl Wilson does just that. Tops. Sharp as well. He can't believe it, but he will have to believe it. And he has got to the final.
Game on the third leg.
Double 5.
So a chance here for one apiece with Rhys Robinson. That is a great first start. Tops the target. We know he likes tops and pins that perfectly.
Here we go again. It's unbelievable on tops.
180.
Two titles are lovely, but 3 are sugar sweet.
Super Series champion, Rhys Robinson. Week 5, MODUS Super Series champion. It's Rhys Robinson.
What a finish! What a man! The drum roll finishes, and the target is. And that was it.
And it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout.
Dirty Harry!